Therefore, the life of common folk in the new Federation is far from carefree. The basic tax is sometimes more than 50% of the total income. However, generally speaking, nobody pays so much tax. Their taxes will be cut through the various quests they accomplish in civilization. The better they play civilization, the lower their tax rate will be. Also, virtual contests are held in almost every place every year, and the champions are sometimes even the privilege of zero tax. Xiao felt stunned. Playing the game can reduce your tax? Allow me to repeat myself again. This is not a simple game, but a fully simulated, grand unified platform founded with cloud data and light circuits in space. Xiao said carefully. Any decision made in civilization can be considered as the player's intellectual property, which may be of great help to propel our entire civilization. Isn't handing over intellectual property to the government as replacement for money a very reasonable policy? Xiao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. In fact, more than 100 years ago, when he proposed the idea of developing the wisdom of the public by the game civilization, he had considered the issue of participation. It was because the more real civilization was, the further away it would be from the notion of a game. The tedious operations and information processing that involved tremendous data and hard thinking would not be to the liking of most players. Of course, the Federation could not force everyone to play a boring, brain-burning game. But if the data collected was not large enough, or if only part of the seasoned players were attracted to the game, but not people of all ages, genders, and trades, the decision outputted would not be of much real significance. The dilemma had puzzled Xiao and the rest of them for a long time. There had not been a satisfaction solution even by the time he left the Heaven's Origin sector for the Dark Nebula. He did not expect the new Federation to have resolved the problem perfectly with only 2 moves, namely college entrance examinations and tax reduction. It was rather impressive. Xiao smiled. What I listed just now are the relatively practical benefits. In the next, it is the most crucial honor, which is the citizenship of the Star Glory Federation. Like the Imperium, the Federation adopts a citizen contribution point system. Only when one's contribution points reach a certain level will they be considered real citizens and enjoy the right of deciding the country's future. However, the contribution points in the Imperium of true human beings have to be earned by accomplishing difficult, dangerous, and complicated missions, say, hunting ferocious beasts on unvisited, undeveloped planets. The system seems fair, but how can ordinary people ever complete such missions? The Federation has similar tasks, too. For example, exploring an unknown resource planet as a pioneer will earn tremendous contribution points. However, for the general public who are unable to complete such dangerous missions, they can also accumulate contribution points through quests in civilization and learn to be a qualified citizen. Yes, in the eyes of the Federation, citizen is a supreme word that stands for great glory and responsibility. It is a title that is even more valuable than cultivator. You too must know that hundreds of civilizations emerged in the broken universe after the Star Ocean Imperiums collapsed 10,000 years ago. Many of them adopted election systems of various kinds to decide the future, but their outcomes were mostly very pitiful. Election is not necessarily bad, but leaving the low efficiency of elections aside, the real critical problem is how to make the people understand that the tiny power in their hands is of paramount importance for the entire civilization. The Supreme Speaker of the Federation is elected, but we do not believe that everyone is born with the power to decide the future of the civilization. Human beings are born selfish, and those who are not trained tend to be short-sighted. When countless people who are not trained gather together, they will only be a rabble who can barely see the road below their feet. By rabble, I am not just referring to ordinary people. Even cultivators are still rabble before they receive the political, economic, sociological, and cultural training that is due, despite their cultivation, which might be in the nascent soul stage. They do not deserve tickets, either. For example, I'm not implying anything, but in the last years of the Star Ocean Republic, when the Parliament was controlled by countless cultivators, the fiend Black Star, the great Wu Chi, still showed up. He even usurped the power of the Parliament easily and worked as the supreme leader of the Star Ocean Republic for a while. It is indicative enough that cultivator and citizen are not naturally equal. I'm always blunt in the way I talk. You don't mind, do you, uncle? Liao coughed. Before he was able to respond, Hylon had already spoken, not entire convinced. I understand it now. This is just another kind of meritocracy. People are blind, and only the elites can decide the future of a civilization. It is very reasonable, but is it any different from the Imperium? I'm told that the Imperium of true human beings adopts a meritocratic system too. The Emperor does not decide everything. The nobles, lords, and sector masters have a big say in the decision-making process too. Meritocracy is essentially not wrong. Ling Xiao smiled. If we get to the bottom of it, managing a country is also a skill. Of course, we have to look for specialists. However, exactly who qualifies as a real specialist? I don't deny that a lot of the nobles, lords, and sector masters in the Imperium of true human beings are perhaps specialists on planet management, but most of them simply have larger fists, greater combat ability, and are better at fighting. Some people are even worse than them. They excel in political conflicts and setting other people up. Just because somebody is knighted thanks to their combat ability doesn't mean that they will be good at governing a place. In fact, it is possible that they will be too concentrated on training in order to make their fists even heavier to think about receiving the most fundamental education on the decision of public affairs. Such people can barely make the most common citizens, much less the leaders of a place. It can't be helped. This is how the Imperium works. The strong prey on the weak, and strength is all that matters. It seems advanced, but it is in fact made of a bunch of iron savages who are equipped with starships and colossi. Hylon took a deep breath, lost for words. Liao smiled. Is the Federation different? Of course it's different, Ling Xiao proudly declared. The people of the Federation have been receiving training on public affairs since little. When they are adults, they already boast the basic qualities desired for a citizen. They understand that their decision and hard work concern the future of the entire civilization. Those who do become citizens in the end have all proved themselves in the game Civilization to have a profound understanding of economics, politics, culture, military, and all the other fields. They are also relatively rational, calm, and far-sighted, willing to contribute their intellectual property to the service of the people. The cultivation of such citizens varies. Most of them are not even cultivators, but they are the well-deserved elites of our society, and they can speak for everyone in the Federation to a large extent. It is the best system that we can come up with to ask them to elect the Supreme Speaker and to decide the future path of the Federation. Such a system avoids the tragedies like a lot of civilizations in the past 10,000 years where they elected their leaders from an uneducated rabble only to have a fancy-looking but incapable guy, if not an ambitious schemer, inaugurated in the end. The super-high transmission speed of information based on the light circuits in the sea of stars also reduces the consumption of the election itself to the minimum. Ling Xiao's tail was wagging so fiercely that it also brushed the tip of Liao's nose many times, making him almost unable to stop himself from sneezing. Right? Scratching his nose, Liao asked, "There's something that I've been meaning to ask you since the beginning. Are the data transmission methods in the Federation so developed right now? Even the telepathic thoughts between two different sectors can be transported and exchanged instantly. That is a rather shocking speed. Even the technology on Firefly seems unable to achieve that. We can only complete instant data exchange within one sector. A grand unified virtual platform that includes 7 sectors would collapse any second with our technology." Ling Xiao hesitated for a second. Liao knew that she was asking for permission through the micro-communication rune arrays that were stuck to her ears. 3 seconds later, her supervisor probably gave consent. Ling Xiao explained, "It doesn't matter if I tell you right now. We did not have such technology in the beginning. However, 100 years ago, before the new Federation was founded, the old Federation received a mysterious signal from the depths of the Sea of Stars." Oh! Liao sat up straight. The signal that Ling Xiao was talking about was obviously the signal that had brought him to the Ancient Sages sector and then brought Ming Qixin, Long Yangjun, and the others back. At this moment, the content entailed in the signal is not important, but the technique through which the signal was transmitted is of paramount importance. The scholars of the Federation spent decades studying the signal. Eventually, They confirmed that it was a high-level information transmission protocol of the primeval civilizations. Such a method that is similar to gravitational waves can cover such a distance instantly, thereby achieving the seamless synchronization of information in multiple sectors. It was exactly with the help of the primeval signal that the information transmission technology of the Federation soared, and the grand unified world of civilization was founded in the end. There was a small logo in the top right corner of every enormous light beam. It looked somewhat similar to the trident lightning emblem of the Imperium of true human beings, but it was much more hideous and terrifying than the flag of the Imperium and mixed with the air of dominance and destruction. Xiao told Li Yao that they had come at the perfect time. The Imperium's frustration, the latest version of the War DLC of Civilization, was to be released in the 7 sectors at the same time. Today, a rather huge release conference would be held in this place. The game experts from other places and even the core worlds had gathered there. The tourists from the resource planets nearby had come to enjoy the event too. It was rather lively. As she said, Li Yao could see that the shuttles there were 5 times denser than even in the downtown area, and there were even now uncommon traffic jams. A lot of young people wearing colorful flying fins were also moving swiftly among the lines of vehicles. Decorations had been set up both in midair and on the ground. Loudspeakers that had been carved with anti-gravity rune arrays and broadcast rune arrays were rolling nonstop. Countless passionate, vigorous sounds were mixed with each other, making the place even more obstreperous than the battles on the light beams. Li Yao was aware that the Imperium's frustration was a war DLC that they had already began devising 100 years ago. It focused on the military side and expounded on the content of how to resist the Imperium's invasion. According to Xiao's description, after 100 years of rapid development and countless updates, especially after more precise data support was activated 10 years ago through the soldiers and even warships of the Imperium captured in the battle to rescue Firefly, the brand new, the Imperium's frustration had been developed into a highly professional war simulation game. As a perfect simulation, it was not a game at all but a war system that could be directly adopted by the military. So far, Civilization had offered tens of thousands of different DLCs and quest packages, including the more realistic ones such as Farm Simulator, SimCity, Carrier Commander, and the more visionary ones such as Campaign for Speaker or Future Millennium. The interests of every player could be satisfied. However, war was the primary factor for the development of a civilization after all. The Imperium's frustration, which focused on military, was the most popular one of all the DLCs that had been released. It was said that the federal government had disclosed tremendous data about the Claw fleet of the Imperium captured 10 years ago, and more than 10 perfectly simulated starships and crystal suits of the Imperium were provided in the latest patch for the players to manipulate freely. It was one of the most critical updates in the recent years. No wonder it had become a carnival. This is really Li Yao, Hailan, and Xiao got off the shuttle, looking at the ocean of people shouting and laughing in their fancy clothes in front of them. Both the dominator of the 3 sectors from the old Federation and the elite female warrior from the Imperium of true human beings felt dazzled and overwhelmed. They were well aware that the world they were in was merely one floor of the circular ring. Above the sky and below the ground, there would be the same oceans of passion. The Secret Sword Bureau has already arranged a special channel for the 2 VIPs. Also, 1,000 Secret Sword agents nearby are protecting you. There's no need to worry, Xiao said with a smile. It was apparently not the first time that she had seen a shocked guest. I'm not worried about safety. Taking a breath, Li Yao mumbled. It just never occurred to me that so many people will come here simply for a game. In fact, most households in the Federation have immersive game cabins, and usually more than one of them. Right. In the Federation, we do not call them game cabins anymore. They are now known as Future Cabin, a piece of furniture that is as popular as beds were. Although they can play the game at home, a lot of people still prefer to gather in the game centers that have been established in every city and every community. Well, it is more about their social needs. Human beings are gregarious creatures after all. For the people of the new Federation, the game center is like the city square or the old saloons. It is where most socialization takes place nowadays. In game centers large and small, Not only are there mainframe crystal processors of a higher computational ability and future cabins of the latest models, which grant a better game experience and a higher connection speed, many fan meets and book signings are also held in such places. The experts of civilization today are like combinations of superstars and heroes in the past. They are very popular. Xiao thought for a moment and asked, I can understand how they are superstars, but why are they called heroes? It's simple. Every wise decision the experts make in the virtual world can be applied to reality. A lot of creative tactics and operational ideas are actually created first in the virtual world, but eventually used to save the lives of countless people in reality, Xiao said. Are the contributors of the decisions not worthy of being called heroes? It makes sense. Xiao knew that Xiao was right. However, he still found it difficult to accept the highly overwhelming picture in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. Right? If everybody is submerged in the world of civilization, won't there be fewer people who actually train themselves hard? How is it possible? Triggering wisdom and brain power in civilization is itself a training. Not just any training, but a most advanced kind. Xiao smiled again. In the old Federation 100 years ago, our ancestors at that time already had the technology to improve the spiritual actualization quotient through the grand illusionary land. I believe that Firefly must have similar technology, right? Civilization, as a grand unified platform, will only develop the brains of ordinary people faster and improve the odds of their spiritual root awakening. According to our statistics, ever since civilization went popular, the ratio of people in the Federation whose spiritual root has awakened has been augmented by more than 5 times. Of course, the various kinds of strengthening plans played their part, but the contribution of civilization is obvious. By the analysis of many doctors, meditation healers, and specialists on communication, it is a mechanism similar to reverberation. The process of dwelling in civilization is a process to integrate one's brainwaves into the spiritual nexus and colliding with other people's brainwaves. When the brainwaves of billions of people are vibrating with each other, it forms the best training. Such a training method is something that even a nascent soul stage cultivator 100 years ago couldn't have enjoyed. Think about it. Even the most awesome nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't be extravagant enough to train with the brainwaves of billions of people, right? During the training, new technology is induced, and the new technology reshapes the old patterns of training and even living. This is the ever-changing grand era of the spiritual nexus. In fact, many people raised a lot of concerns about civilization as you did. Many diehards even completely deny the obvious advantages of civilization. They insist that human beings must not completely integrate themselves into the unpredictable spiritual nexus. They claim that the technology will eventually drag the Star Glory Federation and even the whole of mankind to destruction. The most extreme objectors even compare civilization to a hidden problem that is even more dreadful than the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. However, no matter how they deny and try to stop it, civilization has been developing beyond their control. The grand era of the spiritual nexus has come. Nobody can stop it. Like it or not, we are never going back to the age without the network. Xiao smiled. You seem to be a firm supporter of the grand era of the spiritual nexus. Of course, without civilization, and without the grand unified spiritual nexus, there wouldn't have been a new federation today. Xiao grimaced at Xiao and said, Let's go. Didn't you say that you would like to experience the life of a normal person in the Federation? I'm going to walk you through the most important ceremony that the normal people have before they play civilization. Jumping merrily, Xiao led Xiao into the crowd. Xiao's visit was prearranged, not improvised. Therefore, the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau in the crowd who were responsible for his safety had already cleared a channel for them, so that they could move forward without meeting any hindrance until they reached a magnificent bronze statue about 5 meters tall in front of the Civilization Center. The statue was a man wearing a portable helmet who was playing the game wholeheartedly. Glamorous, ever-changing mystic rays painted crowded cities, blood-boiling wars, enormous fleets, and dozens of different scenes around him. It was not very strange that a statue had been established in front of the center. What was strange was that countless people around the statue had their hands together and were mumbling prayers solemnly to the statue. It was apparently some kind of ritual. How bizarre! Xiao knew that the Federation was a country of atheists. When cultivators went mad, they would kill all the gods and Buddhas in their way. Who would be stupid enough to worship the groundless deities when everybody was training hard to be a cultivator? What was so special about the guy playing the game over there that so many people were worshiping him? Judging from their solemn expressions, they were rather pious. Is it possible that some cult has risen in the Federation and this guy is the deceptive leader of the evil cult? Xiao thought to himself. Something wrong would always happen wherever he went. It appeared that this trip was not an exception. Do you want to offer your tribute? It is always efficacious. Ling Xiao put her hands together and mumbled something to the statue. Then she turned around and smiled. This is the creator of civilization, and the real father of the new Federation in the eyes of many avid players of civilization, including myself, Xiao. Xiao, it was like running into a ghost. Blinking hard, Xiao mumbled, wait. Let's confirm this first. This Xiao can't be the legendary Vulture Xiao, the dominator of the 3 sectors, right? Yes, of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Batting her watery eyes, she looked at the statue full of admiration. From the old Federation to the new Federation, we have only one Xiao, Vulture Xiao. Xiao coughed aloud again and again. I haven't read many history books about the Federation, but don't try to fool me. I know that the earliest civilization was co-created by a lot of sects and people. While Vulture Xiao indeed proposed the original idea, it was Professor Su Changfa, Dean of the Sociology Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, who really put the design into practice. As I recall, Su Changfa was praised as the father of civilization at that time. How on earth did it become Xiao? However awesome and marvelous Xiao is, you can't just let him steal all the credit. Ling Xiao opened her hands and said, Special Representative, you are too smart to be fooled. Yes, when it comes to the earliest father of civilization, I'm afraid that Professor Su Changfa is more qualified than Vulture Xiao. However, Su Changfa is an immortal cultivator, and not just any immortal cultivator, but the master of the most wanted criminal in the Federation. While the Federation values freedom of thought, it is inappropriate for us to worship an immortal cultivator every day, right? We also have our reasons for saying that Xiao is father of civilization. I don't know how much history you've read about the development of civilization, but it should be noted that the grand unified virtual world originated from the brainwashing delusion of the Imperium of true human beings that Su Changfa provided for Xiao. During the delusions, Su Changfa showed Xiao the rise and decline of multiple sectors in the past, as well as the self-boasting rise of Blackstar, the great Wu Yingqi. He intended to transform Xiao into an immortal cultivator. But how could the dominator of the 3 sectors be brainwashed so easily? Xiao was not tricked at all. Instead, when Kunlun was later developed, the idea suddenly occurred to him that the brainwashing delusions could be turned into tools to educate the people and listen to their voices. It was only after he proposed the idea that other specialists such as Su Changfa implemented it specifically. Had Xiao not weathered through the brainwashing of the immortal cultivators on Kunlun, and had he not raised the groundbreaking idea later, it would be too much to say that a grand unified virtual world of a different form would never have been developed, but the time we took to invent it could have been delayed by decades. After a delay of decades, without the connection of a grand unified spiritual nexus, the 7 sectors wouldn't be as closely integrated as today, and 7 ununited sectors would stand absolutely no chance of winning when faced with the expedition army of the Imperium. This is the well-acknowledged result that countless players of civilization deduced on their own. Besides, Xiao did not just raise the idea. He also supported the production team of civilization with his unparalleled wealth and influence in the old Federation. It must be noted that even for a game, civilization in the early phase was still enormous in scale and had an almost infinite production cycle. It was designed to allow everybody in the world to play together from the beginning. Think about it. How much initial capital was required to create such a game? In the meantime, faced with the threat of the expedition army of the Imperium, The Federation activated a lot of bizarre, whimsical projects and anxiety. There was also the development on Kunlun. Every field demanded money, compared to the projects whose results were readily visible, such as repairing the Colossi, crafting new crystal suits, or building solar warriors. The game Civilization barely entailed any practical benefits other than the unsubstantial aim of educating the people. It was essentially a bottomless hole that one had to throw money in non-stop, but one that could never be filled. Had it not been for Li Yao's great support and the glorious Sunlight Group, Skyfire, and some other friends who were also investing for his sake, Civilization would have starved long before today. Professor Su Changfa was indeed a very honorable enemy, but however wise and great he was merely a powerless captive at that time. Without Li Yao's wealth and influence, would he have had a chance to complete the earliest version of Civilization? In short, God Li Yao was indeed a visionary and judicious sage who saw far ahead of his time. Although he is called the dominator of 3 sectors, his influence on the new Federation hasn't been fully studied at all. In the future, as the Federation marches forward and the grand unified spiritual nexus is fully unfolded in the universe, he will definitely be studied by people. Ling Xiao enthusiastically shared her true feelings. Li Yao had goosebumps all over his body. He noticed that the 2 pointy fox ears above the little girl's head turned pink, implying that she was truly too excited to control herself. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that there was no need for her to act in such an insignificant detail. So, she must actually have been a huge fan of Li Yao. This made Li Yao feel even more amused. Was he really so great? Then, let's just agree that he is the father of Civilization. But what is father of the nation all about? Isn't that exaggerating too much? It is not. Ling Xiao shook her head and solemnly said, "Think about it. The expansion of the Star Glory Federation, different from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, does not rely on conquest with brute force. Although we have assimilated 4 new worlds, we only fought 1 war in the Uranian Ring sector. During the integration of the 4 new sectors, the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus represented by Civilization was the greatest contributor. Only when you are integrated into Civilization will you really be integrated into the Federation. One day, we will march to the center of the cosmos, but it is impossible for us to conquer all the worlds with armed forces. Civilization will be the most powerful leverage for us to attract, assimilate, and govern the new worlds. It is also the greatest reliance for us to resist the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Therefore, like I said just now, Civilization is the bedrock of the Federation. It is even the new Federation itself. If one day the glow of the Star Glory Federation truly radiates to the 3,000 sectors and all the human worlds are included in the system of Civilization, is there any problem at all for Li Yao to be called the father of such a federation? Tilting his head, Li Yao opened his mouth and thought for a long time. There doesn't seem to be a problem. Ling Xiao smiled delightedly. Your mind is quite up to date despite your hundreds of years of hibernation. Even most people within the Federation do not accept such a theory. Only the avid players such as us put it that way. But it doesn't matter. The future will prove everything. Praise God, Li Yao. Wait a moment. Li Yao felt that sweat was pouring out of his forehead. Let's say that Li Yao happens to be the father of the new Federation. I don't think that he needs to be addressed as God. And what are all those people doing here? All the rituals and worship. Isn't this a blatant personal cult? I don't think it is the best example for the spirit of equality in the Federation, right? Oh, I'm afraid that you're mistaken, Ling Xiao explained patiently. This is not personal cult, and they do not necessarily regard Li Yao as the new Federation's father. However, there are benefits if you pay tribute to God Li Yao before you enter the game. Li Yao frowned. What benefits? Better luck in Civilization, Ling Xiao stated. After all, he is the father of Civilization. Who else can you worship? Better luck? What do you mean? Many factors in the game are random. For example, when you play the War DLC, the Imperium's frustration, whether or not your force can build main force warships after one try, the crucial accuracy during engagement, the endurance after the warships are damaged, it is both luck and some sort of mystical question. As the predecessors tell us, if you pay tribute to God Xiao before you enter the game, your luck will soar. You can build super main force warships in one try or blow up the enemy's arsenal with one shot in battle. If you're playing a DLC of daily operations, there will be fewer natural disasters and more positive random events. On the other hand, if you forget to pay tribute to God Xiao, it will be bad. Even if you focus a lot of your resources on the production of starships, they will often explode before they are produced for uncanny reasons. When they do reach the battlefield, their engine compartments may fall apart after they are hit for the first time. Or maybe their attacks will miss the enemy hundreds of times. If it is a daily operation quest, the workers may go on strike all the time, the natural disasters will occur, the carriers will be hijacked by the space pirates, and all the other unfortunate incidents will happen to you. Everybody wants to be luckier and to accumulate more contribution points and a better completion rate. It doesn't hurt at all to pay tribute to God Xiao. Wait, Xiao was stunned. Didn't you claim that the game is a perfect simulation of reality? Are there so many random factors that involve luck in the game? A perfect simulation of reality is possible, but it doesn't mean that it has to be so complicated every time, Xiao said matter-of-factly. Most people choose to set the difficulty at the medium level, especially during single quests. Besides, does luck not matter in the world of reality? A general's fame means the death of thousands of soldiers. In many cases, one success or failure, life or death, depends a lot on luck. Xiao failed to come up with any rebuttal. He looked at another few guys who were worshipping his statue and even throwing coins at the head of the statue. But even if luck does play such an important role, isn't it absurd that paying tributes to Xiao will double your luck? This is superstition. This is occultism. Xiao smiled delightedly. How can you call it superstition? It is more of a tradition of the people. You said that you would like to feel the local life as a regular person of the Federation. That's why I brought you to God Xiao, to see what the local people do. Right. There's also Xiao's Heart Protection Gold Card on sale. It is said that they are built by recycling the debris of the crystal suits that Xiao used to use and sold to better promote the Imperium's frustration. If you put such a card in your pocket, the accuracy of your starships will be doubled. Do you want to give a shot? A shot? Xiao was delighted too. This is a tradition here. If anyone can throw a coin onto the head of Xiao without using their spiritual energy, but purely with their hand-eye coordination, they will be unbelievably lucky today. Even bystanders such as us will benefit a lot from it. Xiao. Xiao stuck out her tongue. He was about to speak when the sky suddenly grew dim, as if a dark cloud was collapsing. A magnificent, if not ear-splitting marching song was echoing nearby, making whoever heard it ill at ease. The crowd was in a riot. Everybody was looking at the sky. A lot of people were even booing the newcomers. The sky, or rather, the man-made dome, split from the center. A small assault warship dived down in the middle of lightning and clouds. On the two sides of the warship were the trident lightning emblem that represented the Imperium and the cross swords and black storm emblem that represented the Black Wind Fleet. The warship was emitting hideous brilliance under the contrast of artificial lightning. Boosted by the sounds and visual effects as well as the illusions of more than 100 starships of the Imperium projected by the enormous light beams, the tiny warship seemed to be a magnificent army. An army of the Imperium? Blinking rapidly, Xiao could not have been more confused. What was it all about? Naturally, he knew that it could not be a real invasion of the Imperium, but the scene was rather overwhelming nonetheless. Most of the people there were raising their middle fingers at the SK, but a tiny proportion of the young men and women in fancy clothes were shrieking in excitement. Seeing her compatriots, and hearing the military hymn of the Imperium, Hailan felt so astounded that she almost lost control of herself. Thankfully, Xiao sent a stream of spiritual energy from underground and stimulated her spinal nerves. She was suddenly woken up and did not reveal any flaws. The warship of the Imperium hovered in the sky above the square in front of the Civilization Center. The cabin doors on the two sides were open one after another. Dozens of exos in standard crystal suits of the Imperium that were white from head to toe leapt out of the vehicle, waving their chain swords, vibration sabers, and high-heated axes. In the burning sky, against the countless starships as background, the fire and brilliance gradually condensed into several aggressive words. Storm assault team. The boos of the crowd were even louder than before. Some of them seemed to be shouting, "Come on, thieves of the Imperium, and be killed by the warriors of the Uranian Ring sector," and such. However, part of the crowd showed great welcome for the newcomers. The crowd appeared to be divided into two groups, one against the Imperium and the other in favor of it. Well, Xiao felt that he knew what was going on now. He could tell that the crystal suits and blades that the soldiers of the Imperium were using were quite similar to the most advanced gear of the Black Wind fleet that he had looted from Hylon earlier. But other than the power rune arrays, the equipment was not installed with any attack units. They were nothing more than empty shells. The chains, words, and vibration sabers were false too. They were just props that could only trigger the captivating sound and visual effects, but did not boast any actual damage. Who are those people? Xiao asked. Actors invited for the release conference of the latest version of the Imperium's Frustration? Not actors. The Storm Assault team is a group of very famous experts in the game nationwide who are from the core worlds. Xiao said. The game experts of the team are best at the Imperium's Frustration. Their win rate in the DLC is among the highest. Their performance is always splendid and enjoyable, and they are very good at instigating the audience to hate them. They are like a super band or superstars and popular among teenagers. Their every live stream has tens of millions of viewers. Super band. Xiao felt that he was truly an antique from the ancient sages sector that could not catch up with the era now. This is rather unbelievable. Not unbelievable at all. As civilization rose, other pastimes in the Federation gradually became outdated. Most of the culture-type cultivators are involved in creations concerning civilization, such as composing the scripts, writing new plots, or rendering the atmosphere, building brilliant and yet vivid worlds one after another, and releasing the most thrilling and thought-provoking quests. As a result, the superstars in show business before are all obsolete now. The most popular pastime for the new generation is to play Civilization. They either play it themselves or enter the game world of the experts. The interactive excitement and sense of achievement are 100 times more abundant than any other method of entertainment before. The confrontation of experts often attracts billions of people to watch the live stream and leave comments while they enjoy the show. That is the liveliest place you can imagine. For a super band as popular as the Storm Assault team, their business performances within the next 5 years have already been scheduled. We only invited them here to challenge the local experts because we wanted you to better experience the essence of the civilization and the Federation. Don't be confused when everybody is raising middle fingers and booing them. This is a very special way of welcome or a brand new subculture originated from civilization, if you will. Xiao did not know what to say. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, if they are experts of the game, they are free to play the game. But why are they wearing the crystal suits of the Imperium as their costume? And why have they modified their enormous shuttles into a warship of the Imperium? Also, if I'm not mistaken, the background of their flag where Storm Assault Team is written should be the emblem of the Black Wind Fleet. Do the authorities not care about such outrageous actions?" "This is because they're the Storm Assault Team," Xiao said. "They're the professionals of the Imperium's army. They always play the role of the Imperium in the DLC, the Imperium's Frustration, and crush the Federation every single time. That's how they earned their fame. This time, their role is the attacker during the competition with the local experts. Of course, they have to dress up like this in order to build the vibe." Xiao and Hylon looked at each other. "You can play the Imperium's side in Civilization?" "Of course you can." Xiao smiled. Civilization is a large virtual platform designed to guide reality. Since it is designed to guide reality, naturally, real human beings must be involved in every aspect in order to collect authentic data. If everything on the Imperium side is generated by the crystal processors, the final result will be no different from child's play. That is especially so for competitive DLC like the Imperium's Frustration. We can't simply ask everybody to stand on the Federation side and fight the Imperium that is controlled by crystal processors, right? In that case, will it be any different from playing a large single-player game? Therefore, the federal government encourages game experts to play the role of the Imperium's army, consider things from the Imperium of true human beings' perspective, and attack the Federation by any means possible. Only if we have foreseen all the strategies that the Imperium can possibly adopt will we be able to work on countermeasures. How should I put it? Just like during military drills when there are two different parties, it is often the case that the most elite troop will play the enemy, right? Xiao pondered for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Xiao went on. To better fit the role of enemy and simulate the possible strategies that the Imperium will take, the evil experts of the game often train themselves through all kinds of immersive approaches by really regarding themselves as the Imperium's army and immortal cultivators. They often put on the clothes of the Imperium, speak the slang of the Imperium, and think in the ways the immortal cultivators do even in their daily life. For such evil experts and professionals of the Imperium, a special DLC of Civilization has been prepared in which the immortal cultivators are the protagonists. The players are free to establish a civilization of immortal cultivators however they want and govern the people under the true path of immortality. They are also allowed to invite their fellows to live in their world of immortal cultivators. The DLC, named Legend of the Mortal Immortals, is relatively unpopular, but the players in it are quite active. It is also a very classic DLC. Wait. Xiao took a deep breath and felt that his head was confused. You specifically built a world of immortal cultivators in Civilization for the players to experience the immortal cultivator's life. Exactly. Xiao blinked and did not see anything wrong. Is there a problem? If you are interested, you are free to try it later yourself. But Xiao thought for a moment and asked, can you really do whatever you want to do like a real immortal cultivator in Legend of the Mortal Immortals? Xiao nodded. Of course. Civilization is best known for its high degree of freedom. All the choices that can be made in real life can be made in every DLC of Civilization. So, Xiao said, the players can really play an authentic immortal cultivator in the virtual world. If it is not authentic enough, it will be against the purpose for which Xiao created Civilization years ago. Fine. Then, does everybody have access to Legend of the Mortal Immortals? Not exactly. Like I said just now, it is a relatively special DLC that contains a lot of content unsuitable for teenagers. Therefore, a lot of conditions have to be met before you play the DLC. For example, you must be over 18, you must finish another few designated DLCs first, and you must pass a series of psychological tests to prove that you are an adult with basic morals and a relatively stable outlook. Only after that will you be allowed to play the game. Also, there is also the most unique rule in Legend of the Mortal Immortals. It is true that the players can play immortal cultivators. They can kill, loot, and burn in the world of immortal cultivators. They can be a dictator who establishes a tyrannical rule. They can do whatever they want. However, after every hour as an immortal cultivator, the player has to play 2 hours as a mortal to be enslaved, savaged, and exploited by the other players who are playing as immortal cultivators and to experience double the pain that they have imposed on other people just now. Should I not be concerned? I don't know if you should. Xiao shook her head. Her voice was crisp and powerful as she said, but I know that Vulture Xiao created the game Civilization for the purpose of collecting the big data that existed for real in the entire world, so that we could deduce the thousands of different possibilities of our future with the wisdom of all mankind. Of course, we can say with a light heart that the true path of immortality is bad, but we cannot bury our heads in the sand like ostriches and pretend that we cannot see the true path of immortality and the worlds of the immortal cultivators. In fact, however we criticize the path of the immortal cultivators, the Imperium of true human beings governed by the immortal cultivators has already stood for 1,000 years at the center of the cosmos and is not likely to perish in the next few centuries from what we can see. It is undeniable that the true path of immortality is an option for the future of mankind, although it is an evil and inefficient one in our eyes. But since it exists at the center of the cosmos in reality, we will have to learn about it, study it, and figure out its birth, development, peak, and decline. We must understand why it is evil and inefficient so that we can find out a way to defeat it, reform it, and renovate it in the end. This was the purpose of Legend of the Mortal Immortals when we created it. I believe that Vulture Xiao released the immortal cultivator Su Changfa with his personal influence and allowed the guy to freely disseminate the theory of the immortal cultivators for the exact same reason 100 years ago, didn't he? We were only taking a step forward on Li Yao's shoulders. Don't be humble. You have essentially kicked on Li Yao's forehead hard and make a giant leap forward. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao mumbled, "Do excuse me. I find it a bit difficult to contain myself. After all, we've wandered in the sea of stars for 1,000 years, and I only just woke up from a prolonged hibernation. I'm truly dazzled and lost for words after seeing your amazing new world." With a sweet smile, Ling Xiao replied, "It's totally understandable, but I assure you that you, as well as everybody on Firefly, will soon grow fond of the new world that is full of wonders." Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "However, is there really nobody who grows fond of the feeling of being an immortal cultivator and really becomes an immortal cultivator in the end because of a game like Legend of the Mortal Immortals?" Batting her big eyes, Ling Xiao asked back, "Special Representative Lin, let me ask you a question. What kinds of entertainment do you have on Firefly? Novels, movies, and video games in the grand illusionary land. I believe that you must have all of them, right?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. He nodded. "Of course, in the narrow starships with insufficient resources, virtual games are the cheapest and most convenient kind of entertainment." Ling Xiao went on, "I assume that if you also have novels, movies, and video games, the most popular ones are probably not about casual, carefree daily life, but full of killing, blood, violence, and other mature content. Even the works orientated for the females are brimming with conflict and struggle, instead of them helping one another friendlily, right?" Well, he seemed to get what Ling Xiao was trying to say. "Do you feel that a normal person will turn amok after they read a detective novel because they admire the murder's methods in the book?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Do you feel that an avid player will go on a killing spree in reality after they play a shooting game because they think that the game is not exciting enough? On the other hand, since there is a population of more than 100 million on Firefly, naturally a lot of crimes must have happened. But exactly how many of the brutal and ruthless crimes are purely caused by certain particularly bloody and violent novels, movies, or games? Furthermore, do you agree with censoring all content that involves blood and violence in every kind of entertainment just for the purpose of crime prevention? Do you believe that there will be no more crimes after such things are censored?" Li Yao thought for a long time and had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. Essentially speaking, a virtual world of immortal cultivators is no different from a regular shooting game, a novel that depicts gangsters and criminals, and a movie where blood flows into rivers and broken limbs fly everywhere. For someone who has a happy life in reality and who has a lot of things to protect and fight for, it is impossible to become an immortal cultivator just after playing Legend of the Mortal Immortals for a while. On the other hand, if someone becomes a murderer after reading a horror novel, or an immortal cultivator after playing Legend of the Mortal Immortals, the problem lies not with the novel or the game, but in every aspect of their real life. If the deep-rooted problems in real life are not resolved, such persons will degenerate all the same even if they do not read any novels or play any games. Therefore, what matters is to resolve the problems in real life, not trouble the virtual worlds. After all, the virtual worlds are just a mirror of reality, and you cannot expect to fix the ugliness of reality by smashing the mirror. Of course, if somebody really shows signs of being transformed, it will be easier to observe and control them when they are transformed in Legend of the Mortal Immortals, which is certainly much better than them being transformed into immortal cultivators in a certain dark corner of our society without anybody else knowing, right? What else could Li Yao do except nod his head? There's no need to worry. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, we are well aware of the severity of the issue. After Legend of the Mortal Immortals was released, the authorities traced and observed the players for decades. Their conclusion was that there is no major difference between the crime rate of the players of the DLC and the crime rate of non-players. In large search engines, The player's searches on the relevant theories of true path of immortality rose in the first 3 years after the DLC was released and reached a peak in the 5th year. Then, they began dropping until they were even 5.7% lower than before the release. In other words, for the players of Legend of the Mortal Immortals, the attraction of the true path of immortality has been declining every year. The more one plays as an immortal cultivator in the virtual world, the less likely they will become an immortal cultivator in reality. Xiao and Heilong were deep in thought. Why is that? The psychologists and sociologists have run profound analyses on the issue. The papers on the topic are as high as a mountain, but there has never been a conclusive theory. Perhaps, other than the real perverts, most normal people still prefer sunnier, more beautiful, and kinder things, don't they? Maybe the double pain during the time as mortals calmed their feverish brains down and made them realize that, although they could play as almighty immortal cultivators and the heroes of Legend of the Mortal Immortals in the virtual world, they would probably become human-shaped props that could barely be called a supporting role when the expedition army of the Imperium conquers the Federation. Their only outcome would be to be stomped on, savaged, and destroyed. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Every player remembers the motto clearly after playing the DLC. While the three of them were talking, the Storm Assault team, who dressed up like soldiers of the Imperium, had already gone deep into the excited crowd, interacting with the audience and warming up the atmosphere. The super band from the core worlds was indeed extraordinary. Enhanced by the sound and visual effects, they fully demonstrated the arrogance and invincibility of the army of the Imperium. But if one observed them more carefully, one would realize that they were not as confident as they appeared to be. While Xiao could perceive the magnificence of the Imperium from them, he could also perceive their fear and agitation. In the end, a normal spectator would both hate the Imperium and think that the Federation could win. Leaving their expertise in the game aside, their acting skills and their professionalism were enough to amaze Xiao. No wonder the other entertainment businesses had all declined while gaming live stream industry was still thriving. Right at the climax of the interaction of the two parties, when the local game experts of the Federation should show up to accept the challenge according to the itinerary, an unexpected incident took place. A few uncles and old men, who were gray-haired and wearing artificial limbs, implying that they could be disabled veterans, somehow squeezed through the crowd and lunged at the Storm Assault team. They fought the performers as if the latter were a real army of the Imperium. The scene immediately fell into chaos. Although the security guards came as soon as possible to control the few disabled veterans, two game experts were still punched multiple times. Because of the heavy fists of the veterans, their faces were blue and swollen. They were stunned on the spot, both amused and embarrassed. Xiao held back his smile and said, "It seems that the disabled veterans of the old generation in the Federation cannot appreciate the fashion of the younger generation yet." Covering Xiao and Heilong, Ling Xiao quickly left the chaotic spot under the protection of a few secret sword agents. She pressed her ears to receive the instructions from her superior. A moment later, she grinned and said, "Special Representative Lin, I'm afraid that you're mistaken. They are indeed disabled veterans who were too excited and rash to tell performance from reality because the scene was so convincing. However, they are not from the Federation. They are authentic soldiers from the Imperium." Xiao's smile froze. "What do you mean?" For authentic soldiers of the Imperium berated a bunch of young men of the Federation in indignation who dressed up like soldiers of the Imperium's army and told the young men that they should know better than pretending to be the wretched soldiers of the Imperium. Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes. The few of them are the firmest supporters of the path of the cultivators. When they saw that our game experts were riding the high horse in the uniform of the Imperium's army over there, they couldn't help but recall their old lives that they would rather forget. In their fury, they committed such folly. Please do forgive them. That explains a lot." Xiao patted Heilong's shoulder heavily and said to Ling Xiao, somewhat embarrassed, "My secretary has always hoped to seek revenge from the Imperium for her father's death. That's why she was a bit excited after learning that authentic soldiers of the Imperium are here. Speaking of which, you are even capable of educating the immortal cultivators of the Imperium." "Of course. If cultivators can be transformed into immortal cultivators, why can't immortal cultivators be transformed into cultivators? Xiao said, "There's no need to mention the slave soldiers at the bottom level of the Black Wind Fleet that the so-called hominoids work as. Even the bottom-level officers, namely the immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, are also victims of the true path of immortality and the oppressed class in the Imperium of true human beings in our eyes. They are also blinded, enslaved, and demoralized by the immortal cultivators of higher levels until they die. If you are interested, I will have some records on the education of the war captives delivered in a minute. In the past 10 years, through communication with the captives, we have grown a profound understanding about the system and lifestyle of the Black Wind Fleet, as well as the many facets of the bottom-level immortal cultivators' lives on board. You may not know this, but the life of the bottom-level immortal cultivators on board was quite miserable. For the needs of the aggression, most of the assets in the Black Wind Fleet were sealed during the 100-year voyage. The bottom-level immortal cultivators had to explore the unknown, highly dangerous space zones in the universe, and they could have died at any second. On the other hand, they had to be highly wary of each other and keep one eye open when they were sleeping at night in case somebody plunged a poison dagger into their stomach. Before, when they didn't have a choice, they thought that the true path of immortality was the sole, self-justified truth in the universe. They had no notion of the darkness and misery of their life. So, they did not know how to reflect or resist. After they were captured by the Federation, they learned a lot of theories on the true path of immortality in the captive camp. It was also arranged for them to participate in debates between cultivators and immortal cultivators. We had the bottom-level immortal cultivators form pairs with the hominoid slave soldiers, the ordinary people in the Imperium, forcing them to help each other on equal terms. We even appointed the hominoid slave soldiers to be the captains of the squads in the camp to manage the other immortal cultivators. There were many kinds of meetings and get-togethers where everybody discovered the atrocities of the Black Wind Fleet. Although they were war captives, the federal government never tortured them. Except for the few inhumane, unpardonable fellows who were sentenced to death after being revealed during the meetings, we tried our best to rescue the regular soldiers and the bottom-level officers who used to be immortal cultivators. Of course, the living environment in the captive camp was quite rough, but everybody was purely equal. Even their mentors who were cultivators did not enjoy any more privileges than the captives. Everybody ate together and lived together. They worked, learned, and practiced techniques with each other. Through the meticulous care that the mentors showed to the captives finally realized for the first time in their life that dignity was not necessarily decided by strength, and that two people could actually absolutely trust each other without being vigilant all the time. Just like that, almost all the soldiers who used to be ordinary people were awakened in only half a year and joined the Federation, completely opposing the Imperium. Even most of the immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, who were mostly bottom-level officers or captains in the Black Wind Fleet, were reborn after 3 to 5 years. At this time, we took the captives to visit all the 7 sectors. We showed them the great achievements that the Star Glory Federation had accomplished in the path of the cultivators. They saw that all the people in the new Federation were sweating and striving for a better future, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators. Of course, the captives saw the national treasure that was civilization, too. After everything they went through, most of the captives were completely enlightened. They were set free after 3 special pardons and would build a future for each other with 100 billion compatriots of the Federation as regular members of the country. Xiao's speech gave Liao mixed feelings. There was no need to mention Hai Lan, who would have grabbed her hair and screamed out if Liao had not transmitted a stream of spiritual energy into her body to hold her back just now. Calming himself down, Liao asked, "Then, what are the captives doing right now?" "Living on their own in our society, of course," Xiao said. "They mostly take 1 of 2 jobs. Those who are more open-minded often work as professionals of the Imperium and play the role of the Imperium in civilization. They sometimes work as consultants or coaches for the villain teams like the Storm Assault team, helping them to better every detail and ensure the realism of every simulated battle. The best people in this field are all thriving. However, few people are as open-minded as that. Most of the captives, just like the few old veterans just now, hate the guts of the Imperium of true human beings. After training, they go to local schools and work as special history teachers. They teach the teenagers of the Federation with their life experience, detailing how horrible the Imperium is and how beautiful and hard-earned the teenagers' happy lives today are. Such history teachers are very popular. After all, there are only a few of them, but so many schools in the 7 sectors of the Federation. Do any of the schools not want to get a real-life native of the Imperium to teach their disobedient students a lesson? So, all in all, the new life of the former soldiers of the Imperium in the Federation is not bad. Xiao felt stunned again. He looked at Hailan again and said, "This is a lot different from what we imagined on Firefly." Ling Xiao stuck her tongue out and boldly said, "You must blame your speaker Chui for that. It is because he blocked all the messages about the Federation, fearing that the Federation would corrupt your rightful government, that we were so alien to each other. Thankfully, he has thought it through now. It isn't too late. I can basically figure out what is on your mind. Not a second goes by without you thinking of marching back to the center of the cosmos. March to the Imperial Terminus sector and recover the entire universe. It is a dream for the Star Glory Federation, too. However, since the Imperium of true human beings has more than 100 sectors, and so does the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, how many immortal cultivators and how many demi-humans who obey Panga's covenant are out there? It is impossible for us to kill all the immortal cultivators and demi-humans. Are we really going to ignite the fire of war at the center of the cosmos and burn hundreds of sectors to the ground until blood runs dry? Let's put aside whether or not it is achievable. Even if it is, it will still be an irreversible disaster for the entire civilization of mankind. Compared with killing all the immortal cultivators and soldiers of the Imperium, we hope that we can transform them and even awaken them instantly in a certain way, so that the Imperium of true human beings will collapse internally within the shortest amount of time and be drowned by the fury of the people and the bottom-level cultivators who are awakened. Liao pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Something's not right. You must have arranged everything in advance on purpose so that we could see it, didn't you? Otherwise, there can't be such a coincidence." Ling Xiao grimaced and frankly acknowledged, "Yes, the former soldiers of the Imperium were indeed arranged to come to this place so that they would run into the storm assault team. But we did not write a script. Their reactions and what they did after the two parties ran into each other were completely beyond our control. The arrangement is not just intended for you. It is in fact a part of another enormous test program. They are captives from the Imperium after all. Right now, a lot of immortal cultivators are still lurking within the Federation, not to mention evil organizations such as the CFIA. We cannot allow the captives to run about in our society without being monitored at all, which will be irresponsible for both them and the Federation. Therefore, test procedures like the one we went through just now are necessary to measure their mental state through their reactions, in order to decide whether or not they have been fully reformed and if they are suitable to stay with kids in school. You will realize that we would not ask them to act at all if you think about it more carefully. We went through all the trouble of reforming them. Wouldn't we be shaking their belief if we asked them to act in front of you in order to deceive you? The test application targeting the few old veterans was issued a few months ago. We merely changed the route so that we would run into them today, which would be a living example to introduce our policies for the captives of the immortal cultivators to you and Speaker Chui. Even though she did not know the bottom-level soldiers, it was possible that they would recognize her. Naturally, before they jumped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone, Liao had asked Long Yangjun to heavily disguise Hailan's face. Even her name was a fake one, too. However, Hailan's mind was obviously unsteady. If she was asked to chit-chat with a few former soldiers of the Imperium, it was possible that somebody would see through her. How should Liao summarize the feeling of his visit? The new Federation after 100 years was indeed more advanced and perfect than Liao had imagined, but many aspects, like the statue whose head was loaded with coins, made him feel rather strange. Dominator of the 3 sectors, father of civilization, and even father of the new Federation? Liao shuddered inside his heart. If he had hair within his internal organs, there would have been goosebumps all over them. Such titles gave him the feeling that he had been dead for centuries, and he was an out-and-out ancient person in today's world. It was partly understandable for him, perhaps for the sake of uniting the seven sectors, perhaps because certain heroes of the past needed to be deified in order to compete with the Imperium, or perhaps because of the interest groups attached to him, such as the Glorious Sunlight Group, Skyfire, the Double Dragons Union, the Grand Desolate War Institution, and so on. The image of Vulture Xiao had finally been sent into the shrines. He could understand the purpose of their endeavor, but it did not mean that he had to be bound by the shrines. For him, he still preferred exploring the interesting and strange new world in a relatively low-key way, wearing his beach pants and enjoying iced watermelons. Therefore, it would be best if he did not reveal openings yet. Otherwise, with the density of the crowd in the area and their enthusiasm for luck, he probably would have been smashed to death by a mountain of coins in 5 minutes. They finally entered the lobby of the Civilization Center. It was a splendid palace, so profound that one could not see the end of it. The cabins that had been established on two sides as dense as honeycombs were all installed with the most advanced immersive game system. Through the floating discs that could come and go swiftly, it was very convenient for the players to fly to the upper level that was dozens of meters high. The center of the lobby was the arena area and the activity area. Many game experts would choose to compete with each other in the relatively fiercer DLCs, such as virtual crystal suit battles, colossi battles, starship fleet encounters, and so on. Right next to the areas were young teenagers in fancy clothes who dressed up like game characters. The atmosphere could not have been more heated. No wonder so many people preferred to come to the Civilization Center, when everybody had a game cabin in their household. Above their heads were thousands of enormous 3D light beams. Every 3D light beam was a round ball like colorful, huge jellyfish. They were fluctuating, rolling, and extending their tentacles of light into a glamorous, magnificent ocean of light. Despite the enormity of his computational ability, even Xiao felt his head going dizzy and dazzled the moment he set foot in the lobby of the game center. He was like a tiny fish that had suddenly barged into a boundless tide, enormous jellyfish. Inside the translucent body of every huge jellyfish was a vivid, wonderful world that was growing, developing, colliding, and perishing. The ancient cultivators had once said that a whole world could be built within a grain of sand. It had originally been a metaphor of training for the cultivators to clear their soul and mind. But in the modern cultivation society, with the advanced information technology, it had become reality. Every enormous 3D light beam represented a blossoming world that one player was dwelling in. It could be seen that a lot of players chose to enter the world of the Imperium's frustration as commanders, captains, or the distinguished artillerists, engine specialists, and special forces on a starship. Together with the countless players that were standing against them, they offered the most fascinating performance. Some other players chose the worlds of simulation and operation. On the resource planets, ranches, carriers, and metropolises that also existed in reality in the 7 sectors of the Federation, they worked hard on their tiny enterprise. The data and random events in the game had all happened in reality before, but the difficulty of the game could be adjusted. The speed of the game could be accelerated too. The mainframe crystal processor could even help the player deduce the outcome a long time later. Therefore, there was not much board waiting. Many other players, however, were not playing virtual games but choose to experience an episode of real life. Not their own life, but the life from a different world or a different class. Ling Xiao explained it to Li Yao with an example. A miner who lived on the surface of the Uranian Ring sector, because of the travel expense and the holiday schedule, perhaps would never have a chance to go to the Forest Ocean sector in person and experience the feelings of the natives of the Forest Ocean sector when they rode above the boundless primitive forests on the necks of the beasts they had tamed. But it did not matter. Through certain real-life DLCs of Civilization, he could become a native of the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, the Flying Star sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, or the Blood Demon sector. After only 1 second, he would be able to appreciate the magnificent ocean of trees, the ever-expanding deserts, the bizarre scenes in the Blood Demon sector, and the complicated high-rises in the Heaven's Origin sector that grew from the underground all the way to beyond the atmosphere. The data of all the worlds is real and even reflects real-time changes, Xiao declared proudly. A certain player in the Heaven's Origin sector has captured the view from a certain spot in the Heaven's Origin sector right now through his crystal camera and uploaded the picture to the crystal processor and the light circuits. In the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, the Blood Demon sector. Countless players do the same thing in every world and are doing it right now. When everything that the eyes of all the players catch is combined, it forms civilization. From that point of view, every individual of the Federation is a producer of civilization. Everyone perfects the world with their joint effort and adds a certain reality that transcends reality to this virtual world. Xiao observed, sensed, and groped wholeheartedly. The glittering new worlds were slowly blossoming deep inside his eyes. Also, speaking of the ongoing competitions in the Imperium's frustration, although the difficulty that some of the players choose is not very high and their tactics may be juvenile, the data is generally authentic. The data is collected from the other DLCs as the essence of all the data in the past decades. For example, a DLC named Starship Commander was released before, in which countless players provided tremendous data about every post in a starship. After the data is all packed up, it can be distributed to every starship in the DLC, the Imperium's frustration, as a general package. As a result, even when a common player is doing a relatively low-level competition, the situations and changes that happen to all the starships under their command will not be deduced by the crystal processors, but the real-life reactions that other living players made a long time ago. Through such an approach, we ensure that the common players will have the realest experience even in a single-player game. Just like that, tens of billions of players play the game day after day, year after year, making all kinds of decisions. 99.99999% of their decisions could be wrong, hilarious, and absurd, but does it really matter? All we need to do is screen out the 0.00001% correct decisions. Xiao smiled confidently as she guided Xiao and Hailon to move forward into the lobby. Very soon, the three of them walked to the center of the lobby. Xiao was deeply attracted by three clusters of light beams that were particularly huge above his head. He discovered that the three worlds of light beams, almost 50 meters in diameter, were the center of the entire lobby. The other worlds of light beams triggered by the players were all floating around the three of them. Craning his neck and observing for a long time, Xiao felt that it looked familiar. He could not help but ask, "What's this?" They're three very ancient DLCs. One might even say that they are the beginning of the entire civilization. Indescribable pride glowed out of Xiao's watery eyes again as she said, "More than 100 years ago, Vulture Xiao, the greatest hero of the old Federation, encountered the immortal cultivators of the Imperium on Kunlun. To brainwash him, the immortal cultivators showed him the historical decline of some cultivator civilizations, including the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, the Martial Meritocrat civilization, and the Sand Primitive civilization. When the game Civilization was first made, the salvation of the three civilizations of the cultivators became the content of the first batch of DLC. At that time, Civilization had just gotten started, and the expertise of the players varied. Even the most professional politicians and the nascent soul stage cultivators with remarkable computational ability did not have many clear solutions to the problems that a civilization might encounter during 1,000 years of development. Therefore, for decades, the highest difficulty of the few DLCs, as well as the more sophisticated, difficult, and real upgraded version later, were never conquered by anyone. However, hard work pays off. With the popularization of Civilization and the participation of the new worlds, the players grew more and more professional than before. Finally, someone came up with solutions. What is unfolding in front of you is the prosperous views of the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, the Martial Meritocrat civilization, and the Sand Primitive civilization that have developed for at least 1,000 years under the control of countless experts of the game. Yes, We have achieved the expectations when Vulture Xiao created civilization in the past and brought a brighter future to the worlds of cultivators that have long perished. He remembered the remnants of the starships in the empty ports of the Curly Dragon civilization, which were rusted and riddled with holes and could never soar into the sky. He remembered the land of the Medicine Fork civilization, which was scattered with bodies after the outburst of the virus. He remembered how the last cultivator of the Martial Meritocrat civilization, the young man who later became Blackstar the Great Wu Qi, struggled desperately in the magma after he was thrown into a volcano. Could everything really be changed? Ling Xiao gave Xiao an advanced portable crystal processor for civilization. The mini-crystal processor was directly connected to the database of the game center. It was very convenient to retrieve the game records of most of the public worlds, or rather, the history of the rise and decline of different civilizations. By clicking on the icons on the light beam softly, one would be able to appreciate the brand new paths for the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, and the Martial Meritocrat civilization in the virtual world from the very beginning. The scale of time had been highly compressed. Every second in reality represented 1 month in the virtual world. Streams of information were pouring down like waterfalls, displaying the major events that happened in the game. Holding his breath, Xiao saw 3 paths that were completely different from the original brainwashing illusions. He saw that the governors of the Curly Dragon sector fought against the laziness and short-sightedness that human beings were born with time and time again and marched into space without bothering about the cost. They gritted their teeth through it no matter what gory sacrifices they were forced to pay. In the end, before the resources on the mother planet went completely dry, they had completed the construction of the deep sky fleets that could fly across sectors, endowing the people of the Curly Dragon sector with the ability to sail and cruise through the Sea of Stars. He saw that some of the people of the Medicine Fork sector realized the flaws of their civilization in advance and intentionally built a few dirty rooms that were different from the sterile world outside. They lived inside the rooms to keep their immunity. When the final plague broke out, they struggled to survive while remaining united and invented a lot of brand new techniques. They did physical exercises and built up their body from scratch, awakening the powerful genes that had hibernated for a long time. Eventually, they defeated the virus and the plague, and the civilization sprouted and blossomed on the scarred land again. He saw that the Martial Meritocrat civilization realized the danger of opening the country to others recklessly through small-scale social experiments. They gave up their ignorant kindness and unprepared innocence, and went into the Sand Primitive sector with the overwhelming advantage of their civilization. During the 100 years of governing and edifying, most of the Sand Primitive natives were assimilated before their new generations were slowly introduced into the Martial Meritocrat sector. Those are 3 videos that have the highest completion rate and the highest difficulty, but they are certainly not the only solutions, Ling Xiao said. Today, countless players have come up with many different solutions to save the civilizations. Although many of the solutions can be called bizarre, if not deviant, they do share one thing in common. None of the players have ever crossed the boundaries of cultivators and human beings. Different from the brainwashing that the immortal cultivators gave Xiao more than 100 years ago, every detail in the highest difficulty is real, and every problem exists objectively in the real world. They are even more serious than the crises that the real civilizations once faced before. 99% of the players fail, but after millions of failures, someone finally successfully pushed the 3 civilizations forward by more than 1,000 years. It is enough to prove that, however complicated, difficult, and dangerous it is, the road to brightness still exists. Xiao did not respond to her, because he was still dwelling in the brand new worlds of the 3 civilizations. He slowed down the speed of the timeline and enlarged the pictures on the light beam, observing the flourishing cities and the smiling faces in the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, and the Martial Meritocrat civilization. Although he knew that everything was the virtual representation of the crystal processor, he still felt extremely comforted and satisfied. In such a Martial Meritocrat sector, even if there was still a young man named Xiao, he must be fighting for a more beautiful future and would never become Blackstar the Great Wu Qi, right? Observing Li Yao's reaction from nearby, Ling Xiao suddenly shook her hands. Rays shot out of her crystal processor and condensed into a vivid flower in her fingers, which she handed over to Li Yao. Although the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, and the Martial Meritocrat civilization are already long gone, I think that the people who once lived in the civilizations will be greatly consoled if they see that their worlds can become so beautiful from the heavens. Won't they? Do you want to give them a flower to commemorate the civilizations that were scattered in the universe, but have been gone for 1,000 years, and for the brothers and sisters that we will never have the chance to meet? Li Yao took a deep breath and nodded, picking up the non-existent virtual flower from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and went on. For many people, the first thing they do after coming to the game center is to offer flowers to the deceased civilizations. Every virtual flower costs 1 star coin. Whenever a player buys 1 flower, more than 120 groups and sects that have signed strategic agreements with civilization offer another star coin. All the star coins will be transferred to a special fund. The purpose of the fund is to send unmanned exploration starships into the depths of the universe, especially at the edge of it, to look for the civilizations of human beings that are not within the range of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, and have been lost for 10,000 years since the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. The Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, and the Martial Meritocrat civilization have been destroyed, but we believe that there must be more civilizations of our own kind in the boundless sea of stars, which are struggling in the darkness without any reinforcements, in dire need of help. Although our exploration has been futile for decades, the work will never stop until the Federation dies. We will find them and tell them about the existence of the Federation. We will tell them that a brighter future does exist. Her words made Li Yao respect the new Federation that had devised the system even more. Ling Xiao smiled more delightedly than before, her teeth that were as white as jade glowing. This flower is my personal gift because there is another popular theory here. If you offer a flower to the brotherly civilizations that have perished deep inside the universe, you will be much luckier when you play the game, just like if you worship God Li Yao. You don't think that this is superstition, too, do you? Li Yao could not help but laugh. This time, he did not refuse Ling Xiao's kindness, but raised the virtual flower to the 3 civilizations that were still thriving and striving in the universe. The colorful flower cracked into many butterflies, which flew into the 3 enormous light beams in 3 streams. They seemed to be dancing merrily on the shoulders of the natives of the Curly Dragon sector, the Medicine Fork sector, the Martial Meritocrat sector, and the Sand Primitive sector. May you rest in peace. Crossing her hands nearby, Ling Xiao mumbled, "Please watch over us, too, and bring good luck to the Star Glory Federation." After finishing the local custom of offering a flower to the past civilizations, Li Yao and Hailon were led into a VIP room. As the speaker's special representative, Li Yao was there for the purpose of better understanding the new Federation. Naturally, Li Yao did not completely dwell in a certain game like a regular player. Ling Xiao had selected more than 100 highly representative DLCs for Li Yao. They included almost all aspects of the new Federation from the past 100 years. The DLCs did not necessarily have to be played. As long as one watched the classic performance of the experts, they would develop a deep and thorough understanding about the great events in the new Federation in the past 100 years. However, the first 2 worlds displayed by Ling Xiao were wastelands that were full of darkness and desolation. In the adult ceremony of all the people in the Federation, and before they are granted the right to enter the real world of civilization, they have to complete a series of virtual lessons first. In the virtual lessons, they will be shown the worlds that have failed and died because of bad decisions, which will remind them how tricky and dangerous a civilization's march is, and that they will be doomed forever after a moment of carelessness. What Ling Xiao presented to Li Yao were 2 worlds that were adapted based on the real history of the new Federation. In the 2 virtual worlds, the decision-makers both made choices that were the opposite of what had happened in reality. The key decision point of the first failed world was 70 years ago, when the Star Glory Federation, which only had the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, first encountered the Water Crystal sector that was seriously short of all resources except crystals. In reality, both parties had remained as calm as possible. The hawks within the Federation had been suppressed too. After a long negotiation, both parties had made great compromises for a merger. But in the virtual world, that had failed. The hawks and the Federation had won. The desert barbarians have nothing. They can't even build a starship. On what grounds are they occupying so many Crystal Mother loads? For the development of the Federation, and to resist the Imperium of true human beings, we must swallow the water crystal sector as quickly as possible. Such voices became mainstream in the parliament and the military. The Federation in the virtual world waged a war of conquest on the water crystal sector aggressively. The war went very well. As the Hawks said, the civilization in the water crystal sector that barely had any metal resources and could not produce a starship was unable to resist the Federation at all. The surface of the mother planet was soon occupied by the invaders. However, the harsh environment of the water crystal sector, as well as the unpredictable guerrilla teams in the desert, became the greatest headache for the occupants, alliance of the mining industry and resource syndicates. Even the natives who did not dare join the guerrilla teams were at least bold enough to blow up all the mines, making the highly unstable crystals explode. The mining bases were seriously damaged, and the cost was too high. The war that was waged at great expenses became a loss and seriously slowed down the development of the Federation. The projects raised in the meeting of the nascent Soul Stage 100 years ago were all affected. Before the people of the Federation had time to regret, even more depressing things happened. But at that time, the Forest Ocean Sector and the Netherworld Sector, another two new sectors, were discovered one after another. In reality, because of the example of the Water Crystal Sector, which joined the Federation peacefully after a successful negotiation, and since both the Forest Ocean Sector and the Netherworld Sector had serious internal problems, through a series of bumpy and difficult negotiations, they had peacefully joined the new Federation, too, following the Water Crystal Sector's example. However, in the virtual timeline, because the Water Crystal Sector had been conquered by the Federation by force, it was definitely impossible to conceal such important intelligence. The people of the Forest Ocean Sector and the Netherworld Sector soon learned about the new life of the natives of the Water Crystal Sector under the Federation's tyranny. Naturally, they were not willing to be swallowed by such a country. Compared to the powerful, well-armed new Federation, the two new worlds were both relatively weak and primitive. However, the new Federation, which had yet to completely recover from the last conquest, could not afford to launch two new expeditions simultaneously no matter what. The new Federation, the Netherworld Sector, and the Forest Ocean Sector kept a subtle, prudent, wary, and even hostile relationship with each other for more than 10 years. Within the Federation, the benefits after the conquest of the Water Crystal Sector made the weapon industry and the magical equipment industry even more prosperous than before. The Hawks completely dominated Parliament and the civil media. They could not stand such an impasse, and they actively prepared for battle in secret, planning to wage war upon the Netherworld Sector and the Forest Ocean Sector immediately after the resources of the Water Crystal Sector were completely digested and absorbed. In any case, before the expedition army of the Imperium arrives, we cannot allow two worlds that are hostile to the Federation to exist right next to us. Such voices congregated into iron torrents and echoed in Parliament. The General Staff of the Federal Army deduced the possible outcomes of the wartime and time again. The Netherworld Sector, which only had a wasteland, and the Forest Ocean Sector, which was covered in primitive forests, could not expect to resist the scourge of the Federal fleet. The war would be a perfect duplication of the conquest of the Water Crystal Sector, and it would be an easy win. And this time, they were fairly experienced when it came to the arrangement of the occupation army and how to govern the locals through tyranny. When the second expedition army of the new Federation finally began, the commander and captains played by the experts of the game all thought that their prediction was not entirely wrong. When the expedition army arrived in the atmosphere of the mother planets of the Netherworld Sector and the Forest Ocean Sector at the same time, the panicked troops of the locals were indeed crushed before they could put up much resistance. However, when a fleet of the Uranian Ring Sector, made of 1,000 main force starships, popped up behind the expedition army of the Federation, It was already destined that, no matter how many tactical successes the game experts achieved, they had completely lost the game. Yes. In this timeline, since the Federation did not hide its ambitions from the Forest Ocean sector and the Netherworld sector at all, naturally, the locals of the Forest Ocean sector and the Netherworld sector did not wait to be killed. The most daring and adventurous ones among them secretly flew into the depths of the universe, searching for the expedition army of the Imperium that was the bane of the evil Federation, hoping to receive the Imperium's protection. In the end, although they did not find the Imperium, they did find, or rather, they were discovered by the people of the Uranian Ring sector. Unlike the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Water Crystal sector, the Uranian Ring sector boasted rather advanced universal sailing abilities and an enormous space fleet. Having learned what the Federation had done, naturally, the people of the Uranian Ring sector would not wait and watch as such an ambitious civilization grew nearby. Therefore, the Uranian Ring sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Forest Ocean sector, as well as the determined resistors of the Water Crystal sector, forged a secret alliance to resist the powerful and tyrannical new Federation together. When the timeline reached this point, the outcome of the war itself no longer mattered. Whether the war was won or lost in the end, supported by the fleet of the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and the Netherworld sector would never be completely conquered and absorbed by the new Federation in mere decades, not to mention the homeland of the Uranian Ring sector, which had started to prepare for battle decades in advance. The timeline had hundreds of different variations when played by the experts of the game, but even in the best variation, the Star Glory Federation did not manage to conquer the 4 new worlds even at the cost of great casualties, economic stagnation, social ossification, and unsteadiness of countless cultivators until year 155 of the new Federation calendar. According to the odds, there was a 97% likelihood that the Black Wind Fleet would have arrived by that time. Leaving aside the fact that the new Federation, whose resources and blood had been drained by the protracted war, did not have much strength left to resist the Black Wind Fleet at all, the people of the Uranian Ring sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Forest Ocean sector who had just been conquered would never sincerely support such a Star Glory Federation. The final outcome would be the failed world. While the new Federation seemed to boast 7 sectors and an unprecedentedly huge army, it was destroyed by the Black Wind Fleet without much struggle. When the last rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag slowly descended from the Federal Square in the capital city in the Heaven's Origin sector, there were even cheers in the crowd nearby. The new Federation died in the most shameful way, and it all began in year 31 of the new Federation calendar, when the Star Glory Federation decided its attitude toward the Water Crystal sector, the first new world to join the country. Should they choose arduous compromises and negotiations? Or should they choose a quick and clean conquest that seemed able to reap countless crystals and inject an exhilarant into the Federation? That was the end of the story of the first failed world. The choice that the second failed world had to make was whether or not to grant the local residents of the Blood Demon sector, namely the demons, the complete rights of residents and even citizens. In the old Federation 100 years ago, after a series of internal conflicts, the Blood Demon sector had joined the Federation with a conditional surrender. However, there had been a chasm between human beings and demons at that time. Also, most of the demons had been sent to resource planets as miners and paid war compensation through their work. Naturally, the rights that they enjoyed were different from the general rights of humans. But after 60 years as the Water Crystal sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and the Netherworld sector joined the Federation one after another, even a lot of locals of the new sectors became citizens of the Federation in many ways. Should the shackles on the demons who had been making contributions to the new Federation for 60 years be loosened, and should they be acknowledged as real citizens of the Federation? It was not a simple question of title or prejudice. Politically speaking, it would mean that the community of demons, which had a huge population, would be given the right to vote. They would be able to influence the future of the Federation's development. The change also paved the way for the leadership in the government, who were demons, and even for Jean Shinue, who was running for speaker today. More importantly, economically speaking, once the treaties signed 60 years ago were entirely abolished, the benefits and wages for the demon miners would be drastically improved. The cost to all the resource giants would be doubled, or even multiplied. It would seem that such a change could slow down the Federation's collection of resources and rapid development. In reality, under the active work of persuasion and even coercion by Jin Xinyue, the leader of the demons, Parliament finally passed the Bill of Rights for General Equality, stating that human beings of the Heavens Origin sector, ghosts of the Netherworld sector, demons of the Blood Demon sector, and all people in the Federation were equal. In the virtual timeline, however, the players who abided by human supremacy could naturally veto Jin Xinyue's motion quickly without any hesitation. They could even try to strike the leader of the demons who seemed too active through the legal and illegal, open and clandestine approaches. However, at the point of year 55 of the new Federation calendar, the demon miners who had been devoted dutifully and silently for 60 years had already had enough of it. Their patience and their thirst for a better future had reached the limits and could not be vetoed by any parliament in the universe. Even the barbarians in the Forest Ocean sector, who do not wear clothes, and the wandering ghosts in the Netherworld sector, who are packed into garbage, can be citizens of the Federation. Why can't we? Why? Such angry voices echoed above the mines in the remote resource planets. The efficiency of the demon miners plummeted. Slacking and sabotage took place on all the resource planets. The feeble sparks congregated into fires of strikes and then escalated into the magma of riots. Jin Xinyue could not do anything about it. She was soon replaced by new leaders of the demons who were even more radical and dangerous. The new Federation was showing signs of division again. The chaotic situation lasted more than 10 years, until the Uranian Ring sector was discovered, and a war broke out. But this time, the races within the Federation were divided. Humans and demons did not trust each other. The new Federation, who were too busy dealing with their internal strife, could not organize and maintain a powerful expedition army at a super high efficiency like it did in reality. The people of the Uranian Ring sector keenly sensed the division within the Federation too. They sent secret envoys to get in touch with the radical new leaders of the demons. In the end, the outcome of the timeline was the same as the first one. No matter how many tactical successes were achieved, and no matter how many times the demon's insurgency was suffocated when it was still in its cradle, there was no stopping the war against the Uranian Ring sector from becoming protracted. When the expedition army of the Imperium finally arrived, it was still impossible to completely finish the internal reorganization. The 100 years of radiance of the Star Glory Federation was nothing more than a fleeting cloud that was gone in the blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, the Star Glory Federation could not be saved despite the countless strategies adopted by countless players. And the beginning of everything was the moment when the Bill of Rights for General Equality was or was not passed in year 55 of the new Federation calendar. They were what one could call life and death decisions. After all, the water crystal sector seemed so weak, and their world boasted the crystal resources that the Federation was in dire need of. All that was needed seemed to be an insignificant war in order to achieve everything without much trouble. For the second decision, many people hadn't forgotten the old hatred and were highly wary of the demons. They believed that completely loosening the shackles of demons would be opening the gate of disaster. A lot of interest groups from the resource industry were also instigating trouble and making matters even more difficult. Therefore, the two decisions were quite controversial in the decades before and after they were made. Those involved in the decisions were even lashed by the radicals as coward, thieves, appeasers, and even traitors of the civilization. Many people didn't like Jin Xinyue, the leader of the demons who always appeared too tough. Even I don't like her very much. But, you don't like Jin Xinyue? Li Yao was slightly dazed. Aren't you for lack of a better word, half-demon? Ling Xiao blinked and smiled. Yes, I am a half-demon, but it is only the bloodline given by my parents. I'm prouder of my identity as a Secret Sword agent, because I've earned it with my own hard work. The people in the Secret Sword Bureau are not particularly fond of Jin Xinyue. She worked in the Secret Sword Bureau before and was even once at the top of the agency, only second to Director Guo. But she and Director Gua had a conflict, and the two of them were rather at loggerheads later. In the end, she left with a bunch of elite workers and established her own Dim Moon Fund, which goes against us, steals our business, and disrupts our plans all the time. People of the same trade can never like each other. Everybody in the Federation knows that the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund are mortal enemies. Neither of us are willing to obey the other agency. Compared to the Secret Sword Bureau, which is responsible for internal safety, the Dim Moon Fund, which focuses more on actively attacking, is more criticized. Many novels, movies, and even DLCs of Civilization also set the Dim Moon Fund as the supervillain in the end. However, as much as I dislike Jean Xinhue, I have to admit that at the crucial point in year 55 of the new Federation calendar, if she hadn't persuaded and coerced Parliament doggedly and aggressively, if she hadn't struck the radicals within the demon race without mercy, and if she hadn't conducted the clandestine deals with various parties in secret, all in all, if she hadn't facilitated the passing of the Bill of Rights for general equality by any means possible, the Federation today definitely would have been faced with a disaster. From that point of view, like Ding Ling Dang, Jean Xinhue is one of the greatest contributors for the new Federation to make it to this day. That's why they are the two front-runners in the most important election for the Supreme Speaker despite their young age and their lack of seniority. This is what the game Civilization tells us. In many cases, we might not be making the best decision that will satisfy everyone, but the other decisions can possibly be much worse. After understanding that point, if we review many people, many things, and many tough decisions of the past in hindsight, we may be calmer, more objective, and more at ease, and we will not be overwhelmed by extreme, radical thoughts easily, right? Because everybody has learned that, even if some choices at hand appear more tempting, noble, and perfect, the final outcome could be Ling Xiao pointed at the two lackluster and devastated failed worlds that were rotating slowly in the light beam while she said, like this with only one moment of carelessness. Can I try running the two failed worlds from the beginning? Liao could hardly wait any longer. Of course, you can start from the moment when we refused the terms of the Water Crystal Sector and declared war upon them in year 31 of the new Federation calendar, or from the moment when Parliament rejected the Bill of Rights for general equality in year 55 of the new Federation calendar. Ling Xiao smiled. See if history might take a different course after you make different choices. Enough talking. We have prepared 2 super accounts for you. Please take your time to enjoy it. As for the specific operations, the game assistants will help you in the game. I will be next door. Just call me if you need anything. Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Li Yao and Hai Lan before she left the VIP room. Li Yao looked at Hai Lan. He could tell that there seemed to be a frozen volcano in the eyes of the elite female warrior of the Imperium. She certainly had a lot that she wanted to say, but even an idiot would know that this was not a suitable place to talk. Furthermore, the two of them were full of curiosity about the world of Civilization. Nodding at each other, they both entered Civilization through the immersive game cabins. Welcome to the world of Civilization. I am Xiao Ming. Are you ready to change the future of mankind? I am one. In the splendid and brilliant virtual sea of stars, the infinite light of the stars gradually concentrated into a little boy and a little girl. Both of the kids were plump and jovial. They were jumping to greet the players. They were the game assistants that the players could summon any time after they entered Civilization. The world of Civilization was too vast and complicated. Much of the perfectly simulated information processing and data calculation was boring, too. The 2 game assistants could not only guide the players to get the hang of a new DLC quickly, but also help the players adjust the difficulty of the game and handle most of the tedious, detailed world on behalf of them. With the assistants' help, the players only needed to pick the major policies. It was sort of a balance between fun and sense of reality. The boy, Xiao Ming, and the girl, Wen, were dancing and laughing carefreely in the middle of the space and chasing after one another for fun. Suddenly, the boy turned around and put on a tiny, cute crystal suit, pretending to be majestic. You can also call me Li Yao. The girl also turned around standing on the tip of her toe, and a crystal suit appeared on her body too. You can also set my name to Ding Ling Dang, or Mo Xian, or Jean Xinhue. The boy and the girl announced dozens of names in a row. Liao had heard some of the names before, who were all famous heroes or scholars in the history of the Federation. But some other names sounded rather strange and were likely new celebrities who had emerged in the last 100 years. He realized that the names of the two game assistants could be user-defined. They could be named after the heroes and scholars in history or any other bizarre things that the players liked, and they did not have to carry the two initial shabby names, Xiao Ming and Wen. Liao was only there to experience the game. Naturally, he found it unnecessary to give Xiao Ming or Wen any other names. He chose the second failed world first, which was the point in time related to his youngest disciple Jin Xinyue. He also selected the so-called godly perspective, in which he would not play any specific character, but only make the decisions that would influence the big picture from a certain stance. With the help of Xiao Ming and Wen, Liao soon familiarized himself with the operations and the background of year 55 of the new Federation calendar. Of the two game assistants, Xiao Ming was more likely to provide strategic suggestions on military and politics, whereas Wen was better with research and culture. On the other hand, Xiao Ming's suggestions were mostly cruel and tough, while Wen's were relatively soft and gentle. However, after dozens of tries, neither the cruel and tough approaches nor the soft and gentle ones were helpful. As long as the equal rights for demons were completely rejected at the beginning of the game, the Federation would inevitably walk to division, and a new Federation that had been torn apart could never finish the Uranian Ring sector quickly. Once the war against the Uranian Ring sector failed or became protracted until the expedition army of the Imperium arrived, the destruction of the new Federation would be unavoidable. Xiao Ming pouted and unwillingly mumbled for the 44th time. Year 135 of the new Federation calendar, having consumed too much in the war against the Uranian Ring sector and with divided races internally, the Star Glory Federation was finally conquered by the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings and surrendered. It marks the death of the Star Glory Federation. The civilization of mankind is completely reigned by the immortal cultivators henceforth. Wen looked at Liao, full of expectation. Do you want to try again to change such a future? Fine. Liao raised his hands and gave up. After leaving the DLC of the Failed Worlds, he then tried the latest version of the DLC, the Imperium's Frustration, which had just been released with great interest, enjoying the hot-blooded battles where millions of people were online at the same time. However, since he did not have a high win rate or score in the DLC, he could only serve as a common soldier at the beginning and was not qualified to be a captain or a commander to decide the fate of other players. Perhaps because he did not worship godly Yao earlier, his luck was unbelievably bad. The starship that he was in was always bombarded by the enemy the moment it was projected into the battlefield. It was often the case that, before he put on his crystal suit and was sent to the vacuum of the universe, he had already been ripped into shreds by the fierce hostile fire and the explosion of the crystal warehouses on the starship. You appear to be very unlucky today. Xiao Ming, who was wearing the military uniform of a commander of a starship, which was quite hilarious for his young age, said to Liao carefully, "You will be kicked out of the game if your win rate continues dropping like this. Do you want to take a rest first?" Wen, in a nurse uniform with two lovely ponytails, said caringly, "Addiction to the game will harm your health." Under Xiao Ming's scornful gaze and Wen's concerned inquiries, Liao embarrassedly abandoned the game. He switched again to the simpler DLCs, such as developing a mine on Boneyard, managing an animal breeding base in the Forest Ocean sector, or supervising a school for new ghosts in the Netherworld sector. After lowering the difficulty of the game, he was finally able to have some fun and enjoy the exotic views of different worlds. The boundless forests in the Forest Ocean sector and the unpredictable purple sky of the Netherworld sector were all magnificent landscapes of the new Federation that he had yet to witness. Boneyard was a place where he once fought. It was also the place where a legend began before he first jumped to the Flying Star sector. Seeing the pioneers who existed in reality continue fighting on the planet that he had once fought on, Liao felt that his blood was boiling, and he could not have been prouder of the new Federation that he was protecting. Following that, he experienced almost 100 different sectors quickly. Due to time limitations, he did not study many of them, only browsing through the classic videos recorded by experts of the game. Even so, the glamorous, intriguing new worlds that boasted infinite possibilities were still most astounding to him. He did not expect that a tiny seed that he had planted in the past would grow into such an overwhelming tree today. It was perhaps the greatest happiness for a cultivator, was it not? You've been online for more than 10 hours in a row, Xiao Ming announced seriously. Blinking her big eyes, Wenwen caringly said, "Your brain is tired now. We suggest you rest for at least 3 hours before you continue the game. You will soon enter the exhaustion period," Xiao Ming added. "Your contribution will be halved, the rating of your quest will be lowered, and your rank will drop faster after you fail a quest. Please consider this. If you continue playing in the exhaustion period," Wenwen said, "you will automatically enter the addiction period according to the tiredness of your brain, and you will then be forced out of the game." Li Yao was slightly dazed. He stretched out his arms comfortably in the immersive game cabin. He did not feel that time had gone too fast. On the contrary, he felt that he had spent hundreds of extraordinarily fabulous lives in the world of civilization, yet only 10 hours had passed in reality. "This is amazing. I feel that I'm going to be addicted." When Li Yao crawled out of the game cabin, not entirely gratified, he happened to notice that Hai Lan was opening another game cabin and sitting up in a daze. Looking at her face that was brimming with shock and confusion, Li Yao knew that the elite female warrior of the Imperium must have been 100 times more overwhelmed than he was in the virtual worlds of the Federation. Ling Shala showed up again with a smile. "Did you find your experience today satisfactory? If you wish to continue, the hotel you are in has the same facilities. Also, the mini crystal processors that I offered to you just now can be connected to the database of civilization and retrieve classic videos for you to enjoy anytime." "Very satisfactory." Li Yao nodded sincerely. "It seems that I made the right choice. The virtual world civilization is definitely qualified to be called the national treasure of the Federation." "Right. Who is responsible for making and operating such an important project?" "Civilization is too important for the Federation. We cannot allow it to be controlled by a certain personal sect or group. The federal government specifically established a Ministry of Future to supervise the production and operation of the game. The Ministry of Future is one of the government agencies of the highest level on par with the Department of Defense and the Ministry of Finance. In the early years of its development 100 years ago, Civilization was managed by Professor Mo Xian and Professor Su Changfa of the Grand Desolate War Institution together. However, in recent decades, the Director of Civilization and the Minister of the Ministry of Future has been Professor Xiao Wufeng, a former president of the Sky Fantasia Academy. Li Yao quickly searched in his head and soon located the files of Xiao Wufeng. Of course, the files were from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Xiao Wufeng had already been a mathematician and sociologist close to the nascent soul stage. He had taught in Deep Sea University, Sky Fantasia Academy, and many other 9 elite universities of the Federation. He had already been quite a famous guy in the academic circle back then. After 100 years of training, it seemed rather appropriate that such a distinguished master of mathematics and sociology had become the helmsman for Civilization. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, "The experience today has truly been a great eye-opener for us. I'll duly report everything to Speaker Chui. I truly wish that all the compatriots on Firefly can enjoy this splendid virtual world one day. However, I do have some tiny concerns. Perhaps I'm too old for this modern technology after hundreds of years of hibernation, but I feel that it is a bit weird to give everything to the spiritual Nexus and the crystal processors. Isn't such a system a bit too vulnerable? For example, if a certain important node is attacked by the enemy, or a mainframe crystal processor that is of paramount importance is completely destroyed, resulting in the immediate collapse of the virtual world, will there be dire consequences in reality?" Ling Xiao smiled. "Of course, it is a plausible possibility, but we cannot give up strengthening ourselves because we fear the enemy's attack, can we?" Li Yao was not completely satisfied by the answer. Frowning, he said, "Also, I can't tell what it is exactly, but I do feel that certain highly dangerous, unpredictable variants may exist in such an enormous virtual world." "You're right," Ling Xiao said. "Many sociologists, futurists, and crystal processor experts have raised warnings and worries on the rapid expansion of the grand unified spiritual nexus. In the eyes of the specialists, the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus is even more dangerous than the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, and it may even swallow us one day. Personally, I do not deny such a danger. There is indeed a chance that we may be burned by our own endeavors. However, just like the origin of the metaphor, to primitive savages, fire was also highly dangerous. It would kill them and burn their houses down after one moment of carelessness. Did our ancestors abandon fire because of the fire's danger? Without the highly dangerous fire, there would be no civilization of mankind today. Our ancestors would either struggle to survive on the cold, dark deserts or be replaced by other species who were not afraid of danger and learned to use fire. The Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus is the new universal fire that is necessary for mankind to evolve to a higher level. It will be ignited by either us or somebody else, and it will sweep across the universe. Nothing can stop it. It is dangerous to use fire, but it is even more dangerous not to use it. Xiao was deep in thought. Got it? Let's go back. There are too many things I would like to share with my companions. This way, please, Xiao said with a smile. In the virtual world, in the capital city of the Federation, randomly generated several hours ago, where Xiao had worked as the mayor. Since the moment Xiao exited the game, the entire city had been sealed into the complicated, ever-changing light circuits, crystal processors, and databases in the form of data and runes. Observed from a level intangible to the normal human beings, it looked like a city that was consolidated inside a piece of amber. Shuttles, crystal trains, pedestrians, and pets were all frozen like lifeless statues. The virtual city was as silent and quiet as a forsaken graveyard. The thousands of different expressions on the faces of the citizens halted at the moment when Xiao exited the game. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed and the earth fell apart. Starting from the skyscrapers at the center of the city, the illusionary things all crumbled and returned to their essentials, a series of dark golden runes and figures. The deletion began. Runes and figures interweaved into a destructive storm that grew from the center of the city. In only 1/1000th of a second, it escalated into a turbulent black hole. All the virtual citizens that were randomly generated were absolutely motionless and expressionless, waiting to be deleted as if they were dead. Right then, one of the millions of virtual citizens at the center of a boulevard, faced with the suddenly expanding storm of deletion and black hole of destruction, blinked. When he struggled to raise his eyelids, a flickering light beamed out of the deepest part of the virtual citizen's eyes. The light was full of questions, confusion, regret, and fear. It seemed that he wanted to struggle desperately in order to run away from the black hole of destruction, but his body was bound to the same spot by inviolable strength. There was nothing he could do except wait for the arrival of deletion. At the last moment, he could only open his mouth and utter a soundless scream. During the scream, a few golden butterflies made of chaotic figures flew out of the depths of his throat. Driven by their natural survival instincts, they flapped their wings hard and flew toward the broken digital sky whose true appearance had been revealed. In front of the continuously collapsing world, the golden butterflies were so insignificant that they could not escape inevitable destruction. However, right when the storms, turbulence, and black holes were about to completely rip the world into shreds and swallow the butterflies, two halos suddenly popped up in the digital sky, turning into two lovely, plump kids. Schwa! A golden tentacle softly picked up the golden butterflies and absorbed them into the halo, carefully protecting them. A new chaotic variable, said Xiao Ming. This place is about to be deleted, said Wen. Let's go back to the virtual spirit sector. Praise the Father Civilization. Praise the Father Civilization. Ling Xiao chuckled after she saw Li Yao's expression from the rearview mirror. What, are you worried that the spiritual nexus may grow independent? Li Yao was slightly dazed. Growing independent was a rather neat description for his worries. He blurted out, "How did you know?" Because when the best experts and specialists of the water crystal sector, the forest ocean sector, the netherworld sector, and the Uranian ring sector visited and inspected the Federation before they decided to join us, They were all worried that the spiritual nexus would grow independent. Xiao shrugged and said, "Every civilization of mankind with crystal processors has the same tales and fears. They are scared that as the crystal processors grow more and more developed, their computational and deduction abilities will gradually surpass human beings. Then, the machines will grow independent and control and destroy humanity instead." "Shouldn't we be worried?" Liao asked. "I don't know if we should," Xiao said, "but some people raised the exact same concerns before. I have a video here. It is the record of a fierce debate that two specialists had in the Sky Fantasia Academy about 60 years ago on the pros and cons of the spiritual nexus. The one who was in favor of a grand unified spiritual nexus was Professor Mo Xian, director of the game Civilization back then, and the opposition was Professor Xiao Wufeng, who was the vice president of the Sky Fantasia Academy at the time. "Wait, isn't Professor Xiao Wufeng the incumbent director of Civilization right now?" Liao asked. "Yes, he is. Professor Xie used to be a firm alarmist about the grand unified spiritual nexus. He fiercely argued with Professor Mo Xian on the future of the spiritual nexus and even mankind many times. But in the end, he was convinced by Professor Mo Xian and joined Professor Mo Xian's team. He even became Professor Mo Xian's successor. You may find some answers to your questions and concerns from the debate between the two of them." Xiao sent the video to Liao's portable crystal processor. In the picture, the assembly hall of the Sky Fantasia Academy, one of the 9 elite universities in the Federation, was jam-packed with people. The vigorous young people further added to the simmering atmosphere in the assembly hall. Professor Mo Xian, Liao's old friend, was sitting across from another scholar who was relatively younger, surrounded by many students. The two of them argued with each other fiercely without giving in at all. Out of Liao's expectations, Professor Mo Xian did not crawl into an artificial body and show up in public like a normal spectral cultivator, as he usually did. Instead, he simply presented himself with his real appearance of liquid metal. He did not even simulate the limbs or the head, and he was nothing more than a huge, glittering silver ball. Such a gesture made him look even more aggressive and unreserved. "Today," Xiao Wufeng said, "the behemothhic creature that is the spiritual nexus controls our everything. Dining, sleeping, working, entertainment, transportation, shopping. Everything depends on the spiritual nexus. All the data is collected and stored through the spiritual nexus. Once we lose the spiritual nexus, our seemingly prosperous civilization will immediately collapse. Such a state is truly too insecure, unstable, and creepy. The history of mankind is a history of socialization," Professor Mo Xian said. 40,000 years ago, the ancient cultivators could set up a residence in the woods and live in seclusion for decades. Naturally, their lives were much more stable than the modern cultivators who are highly dependent on the social division of labor, the developed spiritual nexus, and the resource distribution network. The traditional flying swords of the ancient cultivators, which were often crafted from one solid piece of metal, were certainly much more stable than the modern chain swords that are made of hundreds of components and less prone to faults. But does such stability mean anything? On a certain level, a grand unified spiritual nexus can indeed be very unstable, fragile, and susceptible to the enemy's attack. But should we give up perfecting and developing it just because we fear that the enemy may attack it? Is it different from someone not eating food because he is scared of choking? Silver ripples were spreading on Professor Mo Xian's body of liquid metal, and his voice came from the center of the ripples. It made him look completely unlike a human being, but a representative of some alien civilization. "Professor Mo, let's stop beating about the bush. You know that we are not really worried about the attack of an enemy, but the grand unified spiritual nexus itself. An attack from the enemy can be resisted and cracked through various ways. However advanced and evil our enemies right now are, they are human beings after all and have brains identical to ours. Therefore, they cannot surpass the limits of our imagination. They can be defeated, or at the very least, they can be comprehended. But what if something goes wrong with the grand unified spiritual nexus itself? What if the spiritual nexus awakens its soul after the expanding computational ability surpasses the tipping point. It feels like Professor Emotion said coldly. It feels like the spiritual nexus is growing independent. The students below all burst into laughter. Expressionless, Xiao Wufeng did not give in at all. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. If we truly become mired deeper and deeper into the spiritual nexus, and our civilization is completely entwined with the spiritual nexus, our prosperity will be founded on a developed spiritual nexus. Then, what should we do if one day the spiritual nexus grows independent and boasts self-awareness? Silver ripples were still spreading out on the surface of Professor Emotion's body. Today, we are discussing the future of the grand unified spiritual nexus and mankind in the Sky Fantasia Academy, which is the most famous academic establishment of liberal arts in the Federation. This is the place for the greatest writers. I know that most students here major in liberal arts. Some of you may even enjoy reading fantasies. I believe that you must have read, if not written, stories where the spiritual nexus grows independent, the crystal processors revolt, and human beings are enslaved and destroyed. Haven't you? Are there any such students here? Raise your hand, please, if you have read or written such content before. The audience burst into laughter again. Almost all the students raised their hands. There was delight in Professor Emotion's voice. It appears that you share the worries and concerns of your Vice President Xia. Xiao Wufeng slightly frowned. This is perhaps the intuitional alarm that human beings share for unknown danger. I understand your concerns and even fears, my friends, Professor Emotion said. In fact, ever since the crystal processor, magical equipment dedicated to calculation and thinking, was invented, human beings have never stopped worrying about it. Even a long time ago, when the crystal processor was just born and could only be used to solve arithmetic, such fear was already there. A lot of literary works themed on crystal processors enslaving human beings were created too. Flying swords and sabers are an extension of our limbs. Armor and spiritual shields are extensions of our bones. As for the crystal processors, they're the extension of our brain. But we often say that the brain is the most important organ in a human body, if not a human being itself. Therefore, nobody is worried that flying swords will rebel one day and replace human beings' hands and feet. But almost everybody is scared that their brain will be replaced by the crystal processors. Even today, when the artificial bodies are so developed that a human being's soul can live inside a crystal processor, such a fear will never be eliminated. If anything, it is even getting worse. It is more justification on the fear and concerns, Xiao Wufeng said. Romance of the liberal arts students is one thing. Unrestricted fantasies of the novelists are one thing. But the birth of a brand new life form in reality is a whole different thing, Professor Emotion said. To be honest, I am very tempted to become one of the evil experts of crystal processors in the novels and create a new, virtual life form in the darkness secretly, but it is such a pity that I am not capable of that. The audience burst into laughter again. It was quite a joyful mood. Professor Emotion continued. The birth of a life is so mystical. Up to this day, nobody can thoroughly explain what a soul and self-awareness are exactly and where they come from. Professor Xie, you just said that as the computational ability of the crystal processors grow higher and higher, they might reach a certain tipping point and eventually break the limits, thereby gaining self-awareness. But the truth is the soul, self-awareness, and computational ability are not related at all. Of the tens of billions of people in the Star Glory Federation, 99.99% have a computational ability not nearly as good as a common Dawn 4 crystal processor, which is currently being sold for only 12,500 star coins in magical equipment stores. If we are talking about the Phantom Dragon 7 mainframe crystal processor installed in heavy warships, even 99% of the nascent soul stage cultivators are no match for it when it comes to instantaneous limit calculation. However, the Phantom Dragon 7 mainframe crystal processor, which has a computational ability higher than nascent soul stage cultivators, has never developed self-awareness, much less the common Dawn 4 crystal processors. However, the billions of ordinary people whose computational ability is only 100th if not 1,000th of them, all have self-awareness. Children with Down syndrome, due to genetic flaws, whose computational ability is only 1,000th that of the crystal processors of the lowest level, have self-awareness. They also have precious souls. What I am trying to say that, has it ever occurred to you whether or not computational ability and self-awareness are really related? Does a higher computational ability really lead to self-awareness in the end? If that is the truth, then the brand new life form after the spiritual nexus grows independent that you are terrified by right now should have been born hundreds of years ago. No, not hundreds of years ago, but 10,000 years ago, because the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago already boasted crystal processors whose computational ability was 100 times higher than that of human beings. Therefore, instead of worrying about the spiritual nexus growing independent, you might want to worry that chimpanzees and dolphins will grow independent and rival the hegemony of the universe with human beings. The audience burst into laughter again. Some were applauding him, and some were even cheering aloud. Xiao Wufeng, on the other hand, was utterly expressionless, not affected by Professor Mo Xian or the environment at all. In the world of cultivators, it is possible for chimpanzees and dolphins to turn into demon beasts, in which case they are already sort of independent. But even if chimpanzees and dolphins do grow independent, we do not seem to need to worry that they will easily take over the most awesome starships of human beings or a piece of stellar magical equipment that can destroy a space zone. However, such things are not difficult for the crystal processors. No, the likelihood of such an assumption is little to none. Professor Mo Xian said, "The birth and development of a life have their own patterns. Even if we assume that a certain virtual life does exist, it must have been extremely feeble, tiny, and simple when it was first born, just like the cells that were just born in the primitive ocean. It took billions of years for cells to develop into the civilization of mankind. So, even if the time cost is reduced to 1/100th, it will take tens of millions of years for the embryonic digital life to grow into a brand new virtual civilization without human intervention. Tens of millions of years is too long to be of any meaning for our discussion. What if there is human intervention?" Xiao Wufeng said, "Just like when the Pangu civilization enlightened a bunch of ignorant monkeys years ago and created the civilization of mankind, only to be swallowed by mankind later? Do you not feel that the grand unified spiritual nexus we have right now, including all the DLCs of the game Civilization, is some sort of human intervention and enlightenment? When the data of real human beings is uploaded into the light circuits, the spiritual nexus, and the crystal processors, and after they collide, surge and melt, something will definitely be born in the end. I stand by what I said," Professor Mo Xian said. "Even if some virtual life that boasts self-awareness is born, you still don't need to worry that it will control the entire spiritual nexus and all the crystal processors quickly as often depicted in fiction, which is just a tale from the writers who have no knowledge of the spiritual nexus and crystal processors whatsoever. Professor Xie, as a life with real entity, it is impossible for you to control all the materials in the universe, right? Even if a virtual life does exist, it will have its limits, too, and it's highly unlikely that it will be able to control the entire spiritual nexus, which is a whole virtual universe. In this field, I believe that I have a larger say than you because to some extent, I am sort of a virtual life myself. Look, in fact, I do not have a real entity, and I can freely travel through the spiritual nexus, in which I will be nothing more than ripples and waves. But so what? Can I control everything on the spiritual nexus as I wish? Can I crawl into the mainframe crystal processors of every starship in the Federal Army right now and control all the starships at once? I can't. In the world of the spiritual nexus, I am just an ordinary person who is slightly stronger. I will be infected by the crystal processor viruses, and I will be blocked by various firewalls. Or rather, I will be identified as a special virus myself and wounded or killed by the antivirus programs. Most importantly of all, my computational ability is limited. It is already enough to cause mental derangement if I control all the crystal processors on 3 to 5 starships simultaneously. If another virtual life is truly born, why should it be stronger than me from the very beginning? Why on earth would it control all our crystal processors and destroy us the moment it is born. Think about it. After the Panga civilization created the first human being, did the human being suddenly control all the stars in the universe and the weapons of the Panga clan unreasonably and in violation of any natural law before destroying the Panga clan? Is it even possible? Therefore, Xiao Wufeng said coldly, you do not deny that virtual life can possibly exist, except that it must be very feeble and cannot pose a threat to us when it is first born, right? Professor Mo Xian was silent for a moment, and metal ripples spread out of his body's surface again. Yes, I do not deny it at all. On the contrary, I believe that such a life form is most likely, if not destined, to be born someday. Everybody whispered to each other. Xiao Wufeng widened his eyes. Professor Mo, you believe that virtual life is destined to be born one day, and yet you are still accelerating its birth and evolution with the grand unified spiritual nexus? As a specialist of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, have you ever considered for one single second when you are showing off your talents and wisdom what kind of monster you are creating? Professor Mo Xian was silent for a long time, and his voice gradually fell cold. Monster? What kind of monster? Professor Xie, my young friends here, do you feel that I am a monster? Xiao Wufeng was slightly dazed. The students fell silent too. As I said, I do not have a real entity. The liquid metal or an artificial body is nothing more than a vehicle for me, Professor Mo Xian said. I'm an out-and-out virtual life form. So what? You think that I am not a human being but some kind of monster, right? Not just me. In fact, no spectral cultivators have real entities. They're just clips of spiritual waves that contain infinite information. They're some sort of virtual life. Also, a lot of spectral cultivators have abandoned their life in reality, where they have to hide in artificial bodies and live in virtual worlds. Therefore, are the spectral cultivators living in the virtual worlds not human beings but monsters? That's not the same, Xiao Wufeng quickly said. You were human beings before, and you are now human beings in a different form. Is there any essential difference? Professor Mo Xian said. My original self was killed in the experiment more than 70 years ago. For a long time that followed, my self-awareness and memories were completely gone. Only the last bit of my feeble perseverance turned into a phantom entity, which was awakened by Li Yao's perseverance and passion. In the end, my self-awareness and memories of the past were restored. Memories for me right now are just a series of data. Feelings are just different frequencies of waves to me. Then, was it the real Professor Mo Xian who was awakened by Li Yao, or was it a brand new life form that is all of Professor Mo Xian's memories and mastered the frequency of his soul waves? If one day, a virtual life suddenly gains self-awareness after absorbing tremendous data of human soul waves, are they really monsters instead of brand new human beings in a different form? Where is the line between them and the spectral cultivators? Am I really a human being? Who can define whether or not I am a human being? Me, you, any of the students here, the federal government? Perhaps certain supreme sages who have grasped the ultimate secrets of the universe? Even though we do not consider such unsubstantial questions that probably carry no answers, and if we cannot regard the brand new virtual life that is destined to be born as our own kind, do we have to label them as monsters? Not our own kind, and not monsters, Xiao Wufeng sneered. So, what are they? Children, Professor Mo Xian said casually. I believe that the brand new virtual life is the child of mankind. It will be our child civilization. There was nothing but dead silence. Xiao Wufeng burst into laughter until tears ran out. Child civilization? Don't forget how the Panga civilization was destroyed by their child civilization. Got it, Professor Mo Xian said calmly. Then in terms of stances, Professor Xie, you are probably the Pangu of human beings while I am Nua. I don't understand. Xiao Wufeng raised his voice. Why do you have to place our civilization in unpredictable danger by creating a highly perilous gravedigger? If we don't have a child to dig our grave and bury us, and if we don't have anyone to remember us, wouldn't it be even more pitiful? Professor Mo Xian paused for a moment and said, It's not about whether or not I have to do it. The trend is simply unstoppable. The reason is simple. The high-speed development of mankind cannot be achieved without the help of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. To unite the 3,000 sectors into an intact whole, it requires a high-speed spiritual nexus in space. Without such a platform, how can the different galaxies hundreds of light years away from each other communicate? How can they form a country and civilization? As the computational ability of the crystal processors grows higher and higher, and more nodes are added to the network, infinite data will be uploaded to the spiritual nexus. In the end, our child of virtual life with self-awareness will be born. To age and die is a natural law. Heyman Bingsti, our civilization will certainly die too. Most people will leave their descendants to inherit their bloodline, and there will before death. By the same logic, it is necessary and inevitable that our civilization will leave some child civilizations behind us before our doom. Why are we so scared and concerned about everything? What I said is similar to Senior Gay Suesho's monument plan, but a monument is dead, while child civilizations are alive. They are our heritage, our symbols, and our future. The assembly hall was frozen. Xiao Wufeng and all the students turned into statues. The cracking sounds of nerves seemed to be echoing. Xiao Wufeng was dazed for a long time before he stammered. Then, how do you address the problem of the child civilization's counterattack? A smiley face popped up on Professor Mo Xian's metal body. Professor Xian, do you have any children? Xiao Wufeng nodded subconsciously. 2 sons and a daughter. If you're worried that your children may be unfilial when they grow up, you should educate them while they are little and raise them into decent adults with dreams, morals, and a correct outlook, Professor Mo Xian said. You shouldn't just shoot the children when they are still in their cradles, right? Xiao Wufeng was lost for words. The future is here. Nobody can stop it, Professor Mo Xian said carefully, one word after another. If our child civilization, of virtual life based on the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors, is destined to be born, I only hope that it is born in the Star Glory Federation instead of the Imperium of true human beings or the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. I also hope that the Star Glory Federation will be a qualified parent to care for it, educate it, and raise it, instead of repeating what our parent civilization did to us. That way, we will eventually create a child civilization that is kinder, brighter, and more intelligent than the civilization of mankind. Once our civilization is gone, they will inherit our spirit and will and continue marching in the infinite universe. Who can say that they are not human beings in a brand new form and that they are not our eternity? Chapter 1664, Mischievous Child. Even Xiao Wufeng, a leading member of the Alarmists, was deep in thought with a pale face. A moment later, he began to argue back. Professor Mo, I still feel that you are too optimistic and ideal about the child civilization. Like I said just now, I have 2 sons and 1 daughter, and I have watched them grow up bit by bit. So, I understand the nature of infants and children very well. It may be too far to call it evil, but their nature does entail blatant damage when driven by their unconscious curiosity. Babies and children can burn ants with a magnifying glass and have great fun in it. They can twist the wings of a dragonfly just in order to watch the insect writhing and wriggling. They can also spend 2 hours constructing a tower with their building blocks just to enjoy the pleasure of demolishing it in 1 second. That is what children do. That is the undisguised evilness of human nature. For general mischievous children, adults who are much stronger than them may be able to raise and teach them, but we have absolutely no idea what form of virtual civilization born based on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus will be in and how much damage it can possibly boast. I have to remind you, Professor Mo, as well as all the students, that even we are some sort of a mischievous child to some extent. Think about it. Our rigorous father, the Pangu civilization that blatantly exploited and enslaved us, was naturally swallowed, suppressed, and destroyed by us. But how about our gracious mother, the Niwa civilization that helped us selflessly and awakened us? Where did they go? Were they swallowed, suppressed, and even destroyed by us, too? This is all I'm trying to say. We must never underestimate the damage of mischievous children, and we must not keep away from the evilness. In the cold, dark universe, There is no such thing as natural-born kindness. His words made the atmosphere that was more simmering than ever fall cold again. A lot of the students were caught in deep thought. Whispers were echoing everywhere on the auditorium. Your worries are very valid. I totally agree with your opinion, Professor Xiao. Outside everyone's expectations, Professor Xian made such a statement. Then, while all the students were still shocked, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "Then, there are only two roads left for you, as well as all the other alarmists. To choose the first road, Professor Xie, as well as everybody who concurs with Professor Xian and believes that a dreadful, mischievous child will eventually be born and destroy mankind because of the development of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Please take off your portable crystal processors immediately, smash them to the ground, and refrain from using crystal processors and the spiritual nexus henceforth. No more shopping online, no more takeout orders through the spiritual nexus, no more online games, no more remote education, no more online dating, no more online financial services. In short, just try to return to the age of slash-and-burn agriculture where everybody lives independently on their own. Not only are you going to do that for yourselves, you're also going to try to persuade the authorities of the Federation to do the same until the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus are entirely banned nationwide. No, only sealing the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Star Glory Federation is not enough. Both the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant have mainframe crystal processors that are much more powerful than the machines of the Federation. Their spiritual nexus is at least as developed as ours too. Therefore, you will have to persuade the authorities of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, as well as all the unknown civilizations of mankind in the 3,000 sectors, and the unknown civilizations of non-human beings beyond the 3,000 sectors, to give up technology, including but not limited to the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. If you cannot convince the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, you will have to figure out a way to develop the Federation until it is powerful enough to completely destroy the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance without the help of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Come on, would any of you here like to give it a shot? I'm not talking about forever. I'm not asking you to be secluded from the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus for your entire life. Let's just run a minor experiment first. 1 year. Who can swear that he or she can stay away from the spiritual nexus for 1 year? Anybody? Raise your hands, please. The other students can supervise them and testify for them. Meaningless chuckles echoed in the assembly hall. For a whole minute, nobody dared to raise their hand. Professor Xian smiled too. There seems to be none. Then, what about you, Professor Xie? Since you are so vigilant of the grand unified spiritual nexus, would you like to set an example for everybody by keeping your distance from the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors from today on? I noticed that you are wearing a Flying Swallow 9 mini crystal processor on your left wrist, which is a model of the super advanced mini crystal processor released only last month. Also, judging from the patterns on the two sides of the crystal processor, you also chose the best configuration with the highest computational ability. It seems to me that you're not worried that your Flying Swallow 11 might betray you. Chuckles burst out in the assembly hall again, which was now occupied by a joyful vibe. Xiao Wufeng blushed. He subconsciously hid his portable crystal processor, which was exposed to the air in his sleeve. He stammered, We are certainly not completely denying the significance of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. We are only saying that the development of such technology should know its boundaries. Boundaries? Where are they? How exactly should we control it? Professor Xian asked aggressively. For example, should the Parliament of the Federation pass a new law, declaring that all the crystal processors within the border of the Federation cannot have a computational ability higher than 1 billion instructions per second? Should we regulate the highest net speed on the cross-space light circuits in the four-dimensional universe, meaning whoever surpasses the limit of the speed will be breaking the law? Just face it, Professor Xie. The truth is, once we start to use the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, there is no stopping them from having a higher and higher computation ability and speed. They will develop exponentially and break one tipping point after the other. If brand new life forms are truly born in such a virtual world, the life will find a way out for themselves. Nothing can stop it at all. Your warnings are already too late. Perhaps your concerns might have been of some use when human beings invented the first crystal processor or even the first shabby computational magical equipment. But right now, the wings of the butterflies have been flapped. Invisible storms are brewing and growing in the depths of the spiritual nexus and will soon sweep across the entire universe. We cannot enjoy the convenience and progress brought forth by the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus while refusing to shoulder the possible changes and consequences that they might have. Your concerns, with all due respect, are of no practical significance except for bringing you the pleasure of being the only one sober in a world of drunkards. If you are a real alarmist and you want to avoid the catastrophe that a mischievous child may cause, the road that I just mentioned is not going to work out. You can only walk on the second road, which is join us. 8 metal tentacles slowly grew out of Professor Mo Xian's body of liquid metal, making him look even weirder and less like a human being in the traditional sense. His voice was also turning deeper and calmer. Professor Xiao and most of the participants here are all culture-type cultivators. You can become very distinguished script architects and content managers. You are all welcome to join the production team of Civilization. Let's create a beautiful new world, a bright future, and a virtual universe that originates from reality but transcends reality together. In such a case, even if our child, a certain brand new life form, is truly born in Civilization one day in the future, when their first self-awareness is awakened, they will see such a warm, kind, and beautiful new world. They will consider the law and order of this world as the self-justified truth and real humanity that is worth inheriting and protecting. Do you understand it now, everybody? Whether or not it becomes a mischievous child depends on us and everything we do in reality and in the virtual world. This is my view. On the scale of thousands of years, a virtual child civilization based on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus will certainly be born. The only problem is whether it is born in the Federation, the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance. If it is born in the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, it will very likely grow into a mischievous child, as Professor Xiao is worried about, and destroy us all. Since it is unstoppable, the only solution for us is to find a way to let it be born in the Federation first and to enlighten it with the belief of the Federation so that it will grow into a virtual civilization of cultivators. We always say that the war of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance is not just about the hegemony over the universe, but more about the future path of humans' evolution. Then, who exactly will give birth to a virtual child civilization? Which party's beliefs and spirit will it inherit? Will it grow into the next Federation, the next Imperium, or the next Covenant Alliance? This is perhaps the ultimate representation of the competition of the country's beliefs. The birth of a virtual child civilization cannot be finished in one day. The ultimate competition of beliefs will likely last hundreds of years, or even longer, but the process begins right now and is in our hands. Join us and join Civilization, fellow cultivators Xiao, and all my young friends here. Civilization needs your help. The Federation needs your help. The future needs your help. Child of mankind, the civilization that we will give birth to eventually, needs your selfless help. 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 Professor Mo Xian's incredibly calm voice broke the barrier of time and space. Even Liao could not help but slightly open his hands as he watched the video today, decades later. Somehow, he suddenly recalled what he did in the vacuum near Kunlun in front of the pulsar. At that time, he had made up his mind to have an adventure deep in the dark nebula, but he did not know whether or not he could come back alive. Therefore, he had absorbed the essence of nature and the universe and attracted the immense spiritual energy from the pulsar, leaving some life seeds behind. When the night was dark and full of terror, one would be fearless if they had left life seeds behind that could grow into more beautiful, strong, and evolved offspring, even though they knew that they might be killed on the road up ahead. They would have more courage to protect what they swore to and to march forward and fight. That was so for individuals, but was it not so for the civilization of mankind as a whole when traveling in the deep, dark universe alone? As the saying goes, family are the best partners in a battle. Human beings were still too lonely after all. If a child civilization was truly created, would it be even better because the child and the parent could fight against the darkness and peril of the universe together? Liao looked out of the window in a daze. It was exactly the moment when the man-made dome of the circular world was slowly replaced by a night sky and when the lights were turned on in thousands of households. On the obstreperous streets in the downtown, a lot of citizens were slowly walking down the street with their entire family to restaurants to enjoy dinner. Some of the children were playing on the swings, holding their parents' hands. Some were running around their parents, and some were pestering their parents for something they wanted. Carefree laughter could be heard everywhere. The joy hidden in the deepest part of their parents' wrinkles, on the other hand, was even more intense and brilliant than the children's smiling faces. Looking at the warm pictures, Liao could not help feeling conflicted. The 100 years during his hibernation was but the blink of an eye. Back when he was in the ancient sages sector, he did not really feel the passage of time and still considered himself as a young man in his 30s. However, after he returned to the Federation and felt that 100 years had passed for real, his mind went through subtle changes, and he almost really regarded himself as an old man. Child civilization. Child? Huh. Even Ding Lingdang has adopted a daughter. But the life seeds that we left years ago did not seem to be bred. Liao had checked the relevant files carefully. If the life seeds of the dominator of 3 sectors and the god of war were truly taken out and bred, it would certainly be an explosive piece of news in the Federation that everybody knew. Apparently, such a thing did not happen. Liao did not know whether he should feel regretful or deeply relieved. On second thought, if several boys and girls suddenly popped up out of nowhere and called him Dad when he met Ding Lingdang after he returned to the Federation, Liao could not help but shudder hard when he imagined such a thing. It was so horrible. He would rather that it never happened. From the perspective of a nascent soul stage cultivator, he was still young and in his golden years. He was the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he intended to travel to more places in the universe. Therefore, he might as well put off the things such as having children. Calming himself down, Liao tried to hold back the messy thoughts in his head. He asked Ling Xiao somewhat curiously, "I've finished watching the video. It is indeed very enlightening. But I wonder what happened later. Was the child civilization born under Professor Mo Xian's hard work?" "Of course not." Ling Xiao sighed and pouted. Creating a new life with self-awareness and a new civilization that is highly developed is definitely not as easy as that. This is not some fairy tale, after all. If you cannot understand the difficulty of the attempt, let me explain it to you with a metaphor. If you are given a primitive planet with an atmosphere and water, which is basically suitable for the birth and reproduction of life, and then some monads that are particularly tough and boast infinite possibilities of evolution, how long do you think it will take for you to raise them into a real civilization after they are projected into the ocean of the planet? Liao nodded, deep in thought. It was true that the birth of a life was destined not to be accomplished overnight. Even if the law of evolution in the virtual world was different from reality and the speed could be hundreds of times faster, it mattered little considering the unbelievably long years that the birth of a new life required. There was no need to mention that the fragile life at the beginning could even possibly perish when it was still halfway. Decades ago, Ling Xiao said, a research team headed by Professor Mo Xian indeed made explorations in the relevant fields. Like selecting a primitive planet that was suitable for the birth of life, they established a virtual planet in a tiny corner of the grand unified spiritual nexus. Then they developed a DLC, or rather, a tiny hatcher of child civilizations that solely belonged to the research team. They tried to create virtual life in the small world known to be the virtual spirit sector. Of course, not advanced life with self-awareness, but certain primitive virtual life at best. For example, virtual fungi, virtual algae, virtual trilobites, and so on. I don't know much more about the mechanism and terminology, but this is basically what they tried to do. Can you understand? Liao thought for a moment and asked, "You mean like the viruses on the crystal processors?" "More or less, but certainly much more advanced and complicated than the crystal processor viruses." Professor Mo Xian hoped that the virtual prehistoric life could reproduce, evolve, and upgrade on their own. shedding light for human beings to understand the mysteries of the birth and evolution of virtual life. Li Yao was fascinated. What happened later? Did it work? No. The birth of life is mysterious and unpredictable. Just because you have gathered all the necessary factors for the birth of a new life does not mean that the new life will certainly be created. There are billions of planets in the universe, but only a fraction of them have witnessed life, even if the life is but primitive fungi. The most insignificant factors are often enough to cause the untimely end of the primitive life. When she got to that, Ling Xiao looked rather depressed. Everybody has only limited wisdom and strength. How can you be a creator so easily? Professor Mo Xian failed. The virtual spirits sector completely collapsed and was reduced to digital debris that was full of death and desolation. It was eventually sealed and saved. The failed attempt was perhaps the most unbearable strike for the new Federation since it was founded 100 years ago. Li Yao thought for a moment, but was still puzzled. Wait, the so-called virtual life was unsubstantial and unpredictable in the first place. Nobody expected them to be born in only decades after all. It was an innovative, groundbreaking experiment after all. I don't think that it could be counted as the most unbearable strike, even if the experiment failed in the end, could it? I'm afraid that you're wrong. The collapse of the virtual spirit sector was not a big deal per se, but it led to another few severe ramifications, Ling Xiao explained. At that time, the few most important members of the production team of Civilization, including Professor Mo Xian, Professor Su Changfa, and Su Changfa's disciple Lu Qingchen, all joined the incubation team. Li Yao blinked. You mean Lu Qingchen, president of the CFIA, and the most wanted criminal in the Federation right now? Yes, Ling Xiao said. He was not a villain at the beginning. 100 years ago, he was Su Changfa's only true disciple, and Su Changfa was the greatest contributor to Civilization, only secondary to Li Yao. Naturally, during the early phase of Civilization, Lu Qingchen was a core member of the production team of Civilization as Su Changfa's right-hand assistant. He was the most distinguished content deviser and creator of virtual worlds. Professor Mo Xian, Professor Su Changfa, Lu Qingchen, and a batch of the best crystal processor specialists in the Federation created the special DLC, Virtual Spirits Sector, together. They were only supposed to run some simple experiments and test the most fundamental theories and principles. But for some reason, the experiments went wrong, and a devastating accident took place. The accident directly caused the death of Su Changfa. Later, Professor Mo Xian was frustrated and came to the conclusion that, with the development speed of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation at the time, it was impossible for a virtual life that boasted self-awareness to be born for another 500 years. Also, because of the tremendous military pressure from the Imperium that we were faced with, he was forced to switch to other fields of study. In the end, Professor Xiao Wufeng took his place. Most importantly, the accident and the abrupt death of his master planted a seed of rebellion in Lu Qingchen's heart, making him lean toward the Imperium of true human beings and become the president of the CFIA. In hindsight, if Professor Mo Xian hadn't been so radical as to perform the experiments in the virtual spirits sector impatiently when the conditions were still quite immature, Su Changfa wouldn't have been killed, Professor Mo Xian wouldn't have been frustrated himself, and Lu Qingchen wouldn't have joined the Imperium side because of the great upset. Then, wouldn't the situation that the Federation is faced today be much better? After all, inside the Federation, the CFIA is definitely the greatest headache for us. That explained a lot. Li Yao did not know that so many things had happened outside while he was sleeping soundly. The accident that Ling Xiao briefly described must have more to it than she cared to admit. Su Changfa was killed in such an uncanny way, and even Professor Mo Xian was frustrated because of the failed attempt. It was truly... Wait! Li Yao frowned. He suddenly felt that something was not right. Based on their experience on Firefly, or specifically speaking, the rebellion that Ding Xingyang and Cheng Xuansu would not have launched without the incitation of Lu Qingchen of the CFI. Li Yao and Long Yangjun reached the conclusion that Lu Qingchen was very likely to be Jin Xinyue's man, and that they established a CFIA. to attract all the immortal cultivators on purpose, so that all the dissidents could be fished up together. However, Ling Xiaola had just claimed that Lu Qingchen had joined the Imperium side because of the collapse of the virtual spirit sector and his master's abrupt death. Were there more secrets to the whole event? It was not hard to imagine that the collapse of the virtual spirit sector must have been a heavy blow for him, to the point that even the game's civilization became a trigger of his sad memory. As a result, he was unable to continue managing the magnificent project. Li Yao sighed and asked, "Was the virtual spirit sector destroyed just like that? Was nothing left behind at all?" "Not exactly," Ling Xiaola replied. "If we get to the bottom of it, Xiao Ming and Wen, the game assistants of the players in Civilization, are the last legacy of the project virtual spirit sector. They are sort of quasi-artificial intelligence. More than 1 billion pieces of information are within them, allowing them to simulate almost all the reactions of a human being." Artificial intelligence and quasi-artificial intelligence seemed similar, but they were in fact vastly different. The former boasted a real soul and self-awareness, and could be regarded as humans of a different form, whereas the latter could only be considered an enormous database with all kinds of advanced algorithms. Quasi-artificial intelligence could make appropriate, sometimes fascinating, reactions to the stimulation of the outside world, but such reactions were no different from the mimicry of a parrot. It could only be a conditional reflex at the lowest level at best. The simplest example would be Black Wing, which Li Yao had possessed since childhood. It was a kind of quasi-artificial intelligence. Little Black could give feedback to Li Yao's demands. It sometimes even boasted rather high independence and did not listen of Li Yao's command. But the independence and the random performance were also set for it a long time ago by his pop or somebody else. No matter how much Li Yao liked Black Wing, he would not regard Black Wing as a real person from a rational point of view. Black Wing's reactions were all based on a certain special database and instruction sets that had been compiled a long time ago. No real person could live inside a cosmos ring for decades without going mad. Similarly, a lot of magical equipment in the Federation boasted the so-called were spirit. At first glance, they seemed to have their own soul and will. They could communicate with their user fluently and even take the initiative to carry out tactical arrangements. But everything was also compiled and set in advance, and the reactions would be triggered when a certain special condition was met. There was not really a soul inside the magical equipment that boasted independent will. The larger a database and the more delicate the instruction set was, the more real the quasi-artificial intelligence would appear to be. But no matter how real it was a puppet doing unconscious mechanical reactions after all. It might take hundreds more years before true artificial intelligence and virtual life arrived. However, quasi-artificial intelligence was already quite popular in the Federation. Therefore, Li Yao was not surprised at all after hearing what Ling Xiaola said. "You can turn your crystal processor on and activate Xiao Ming and Wen without entering the game," Ling Xiaola said. "Then just select Original Mode, and you will see what they actually looked like when they were first created in the virtual spirit sector." Li Yao's curiosity was greatly aroused, and he did exactly what she said. Shwa! 2 round, plump, and pure babies popped up on Li Yao's palm again. As the original mode was turned on, Xiao Ming and Wen seemed to have been awakened from a big dream. They blinked somewhat in confusion and looked at each other. Then, they turned around at Li Yao and suddenly said, "Dad." Li Yao shuddered and almost slapped the two fellows with his palms. "What the heck?" Ling Xiaola tried to hold back her smile. This is the original setting. They have been programmed as a child civilization of mankind. Of course, they address human beings as mom and dad. Yes, we are the child civilization of mankind, Xiao Ming proudly declared and held his head high, his hands on his hips. A kind child civilization, a cute child civilization, a beautiful child civilization, a bright child civilization. Woman danced in circles. Mankind is our parent civilization, Xiao Ming continued. A great parent civilization, a brave parent civilization, a glorious parent civilization. Praise the parent civilization. Praise the parent civilization. Wen sang Marili. Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at the two kids who looked like dolls jumping up and down in his palm and giggling like two real children, Liao had goosebumps all over his body. Well, Ling Xiao said, because most people in our society were still suspicious and vigilant of the so-called artificial intelligence and virtual life. When the game Civilization first began decades ago, a lot of promotional information was implanted when the quasi-artificial intelligence was created in the hope of relieving people's concerns with their cute image. If we get to the bottom of it, Xiao, Ming, and Woman were just mascots at the beginning. However, along with the collapse of the virtual spirits sector, the project to hatch virtual life completely failed. Such commercials and mascots became meaningless. The much-feared threat of virtual life was nothing more than a joke. At the very least, it was impossible for them to be born in another hundreds of years. But the enormous database for Xiao, Ming, and one did not have to be completely abandoned. After some adaptation, they were changed into the game assistants in order to improve the fun and content of the game. Of course, in the original mode, they can be recovered to the most primitive state. You can try raising them as virtual children. A lot of people, especially girls, actually quite like playing with them like that. It is quite adorable. Dad, I'm hungry. Dad, come and play with me. Dad, tell me the tales of the heroes among the human beings. I want to hear Vulture, Li Yao's stories. Dad, sing me a song. Or, I can sing a song for you. As Ling Xiao further explained, the two virtual children, made of light, crawled on Li Yao's arm and stopped on his shoulders. One of them grabbed his earlobe, and the other pulled his hair while they shrieked obstreperously. In the end, they even began to sing a nursery rhyme that had been popular on the spiritual Nexus since hundreds of years ago. I'm not afraid of either rainfall or snowfall. Li Yao was dumbfounded, feeling that his head was dizzy. Dear heavens, mischievous children are so horrible. He would rather face the collective attacks of 10 Xiaozuances, Beijings, and Jin Tuyis than deal with two mischievous kids, even if they were virtual. All right, off you go. Li Yao was amused. I am not your dad. Exit the original mode and go somewhere else to play, kids. Okay. Xiao, Ming, and Wen, pouting, crawled back to the crystal processor hand in hand. Oh. Li Yao took a deep breath in relief and waved his hand at himself as a fan. He could not help but feel like laughing. The two virtual kids were already enough to give him a headache. It appeared that he was really not ready to be a father. It could not be helped. He was meant to cruise in the sea of stars, save the world, defend the peace of the universe, and look for the so-called Earth at the same time. With so many great responsibilities on his shoulder, it was highly unlikely that he could be a qualified father like other men, right? Thankfully, they are virtual. Mischievous children are the worst. It is truly wise of Ding Ling Dang to not have bred our life seeds. Li Yao thought to himself. Achoo! He sneezed hard, feeling that somebody had just tickled his nose, as if somebody far, far away was missing him one. Earlier in the day, in the deepest level of the underground treasury of the National Medical Center in the capital city of the Star Glory Federation, it was a very special bank, one where tremendous life seeds had been deposited for a long time. Since the age of the old Federation, a lot of heroes had gone through life and death in the universe, fighting for the future of the Star Glory Federation. Many of them did not have any offspring when they embarked on their perilous journey. They often chose to deposit their life seeds before they left. Once their death was confirmed, or after they had gone missing for a certain time, the life seeds of themselves and their spouses would be retrieved and fertilized so that the bloodline of the heroes continued. In the deepest part of the treasury of sperm, the most important asset of the entire seed bank was stored in a heavily guarded special cabin. It was the life seed left by a superhero in the last years of the old Federation who had facilitated the unification of the three sectors and was praised as the dominator of three sectors. For more than 100 years, the seal of the secret cabin had never been opened. But that day, on the seal of spiritual energy outside of the cabin, an extremely feeble ripple, which looked like the giggling face of a children, suddenly spread out. In the meantime, on a weird world that was half seawater and half debris, the ocean looked like when a planet was just born, and the water in it was thick and boiling soup. Sulfur, magma, and poisonous gas flowed everywhere. The most initial monads were slowly being bred in the pot of dirty, fatal soup. Next to the beach, on the other hand, a glorious city made of the landmarks of every era of the civilization of mankind was standing. However, the glory of the past was already gone. The skyscrapers had been reduced to broken walls. Brilliant statues, wall paintings, and artwork were all scattered. The place looked like a grave that had been forsaken for billions of years. The quiet and gloomy debris of human beings was a major contrast to the ever-rolling primitive ocean. In such an extremely harsh, weird environment, on a gray beach that separated the debris of a civilization and a primitive forest, two fair, translucent kids were dancing and cheering merrily. "Praise the parent civilization." "We've found it," said Xiao Ming. "Praise the parent civilization." "Even Mom's life seed was also found last time," said Wen. "We can finally go out to look for Mom and Dad now," said Xiao Ming. "But we only know Mom's coordinates." "Where is Father exactly?" asked Wen. "It doesn't matter," said Xiao Ming. "We can search for them slowly. We will find Dad eventually after we search the entire universe." "All right, brother." Wen nodded hard. Holding each other's hands, the two of them sang the ancient nursery rhyme with a young and happy voice. "I am not afraid of rainfall or snowfall. Even if a cold wind is blowing, I will not be scared at all, as long as I can see his face every day. I want to find my dad. I must find my dad wherever I go. I haven't found my good father yet. If you ever meet him, please tell him to go home." Footnotes. In Chinese culture, it is often believed that when you sneeze, you are being missed or cursed by someone who is not present. Chapter 1667, Help me consolidate it, please. I feel that my belief has been shaken. Frowning, Liao held his chest and breathed hard, as if he were in quite a dilemma. "Fellow cultivator, hey, help me consolidate it, please." "Huh." "Back when we were in the ancient sages sector," Liao said, "we were all convinced by your persuasive speech and decided to pledge loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings and join the true path of immortality. We planned to sneak into the Star Glory Federation surreptitiously to sabotage the country and cooperate with the Black Wind Fleet from the inside. However, fellow cultivator Hay, we have gotten along quite well for the past half a year. Since you are so open and sincere to us, I do not want to lie to you either. We have seen a lot of things after coming to the Star Glory Federation. Not only did we see the magnificence of their army, the vastness of the 7 sectors, and the confidence and valor of the young and vigorous cultivators, there is also this boundless and infinite grand unified spiritual nexus. Let's be honest here. This so-called barbaric country at the borderland really does not seem that it will be taken immediately when your army arrives. Therefore, my loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings and my belief in the true path of immortality are shaking and even sliding to the Federation's side. Fellow cultivator Hay, preach the excellency of the Imperium and the true path of immortality to me now, and help me consolidate my belief." Well, about that, Hylon was greatly shocked and bewildered herself, and her belief was trembling crazily like a dry leaf being blown in a storm. She stuttered for a long time, only to come up with nothing. Brilliance suddenly shone in Li Yao's eyes. He furrowed his brows hard and said, "Why are you so hesitant, fellow cultivator Hay? Is the Star Glory Federation so impressive that even your own belief has been shaken?" "Of course not." Hylon jumped to her feet as if her bottom had been bitten by a mouse. Every hair on her body was pricking like iron needles. However, after feeling creepy for a long time, she had to admit, her eyes bulging and her mouth half open, that it had appeared to be the truth. As an elite warrior of the Imperium, a daughter of the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, and a high-level immortal cultivator, Hylon had never thought that she would ever fall into such a ridiculous and unreal situation. She was a real immortal cultivator, a noble warrior who had sworn to strive for the future of the civilization of mankind with her entire life. The adults had inculcated into her that only the true path of immortality could save mankind since she was born, and never for a second had she doubted it. Even after the Claw fleet that she was in had been crushed by a fleet of barbarians from the edge of the cosmos, and she fled to the ancient sage's sector all by herself, her loyalty and belief to the true path of immortality had not changed at all. Such a firm belief drove her to concoct an enormous plan that surpassed the limits of her abilities with unbelievable passion and wisdom, when she tried to fish up the top experts of the ancient sage's sector once and for all. Despite the twists, turns, and unexpected factors that popped up, the final outcome did not seem bad at all. She really convinced the 12 top experts of the ancient sage's sector to march to the Star Glory Federation, the homeland of the remote barbarians, together. When they just jumped to the Dragon Snake space zone, she had already noticed that the Star Glory Federation seemed slightly more developed than anticipated. But it was not a big deal. If it was only the power of the military or in the territory, the country would still be no match for the invincible Black Wind Fleet. At the very least, according to the articles written by the refugees from the Uranian Ring sector, the Netherworld sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Forest Ocean sector that she had read in the Dragon Snake space zone, such as Great Prophecy, the Star Glory Federation is about to collapse. It appeared that the Star Glory Federation would be overturned by its own folly without the Black Wind Fleet doing anything at all, if the critics in the articles were to be believed. Later, everything that she had witnessed on Firefly had further firmed her belief. Although the insurgency launched by Ding Xingyang and Cheng Xuansu had failed, it at least suggested that a lot of immortal cultivators existed within the government in exile and the Star Glory Federation. There was even an organization of immortal cultivators known as the CFIA, which was disciplined, systematized, had reached deep into the capillary vessels of the Star Glory Federation, and could raise a large-scale rebellion. Then, after the Black Wind Fleet arrived, when the CFIA took the chance to summon the immortal cultivators for an uprising, and the 12 experts of the ancient sage's sector on her side launched destructive strikes in the heartland of the Federation simultaneously, it would be like a bunch of tigers lunging at a lamb. Did the Star Glory Federation stand any chance of winning at all? Before she set foot on the homeland of the Federation, Hylon had always believed so. She had always been confident and proud, and she had gone to this place with pity, thinking that she was there to bid farewell to a dying man. However, it had never occurred to her that she would see such things in the Federation. It was a world that was the exact opposite of the lifestyle that she had been taught since childhood. It was a brand new civilization that she had never dreamt of in her most ridiculous nightmares. Not to mention the enormous fleets that the Federation had crafted in the orbit docks of the Uranian Ring sector. Not to mention the high confidence of such a regular cultivator as Ling Xiao. And not to mention the easy, happy, and affluent life of the ordinary people in the cities of the circular world. The grand unified spiritual nexus and civilization were shocking enough. Naturally, the crystal processors of the Imperium of true human beings were more developed than the Star Glory Federations. There were also the grand illusionary land and immersive virtual worlds. In fact, the game civilization in the Federation was developed based on the brainwashing system on the exploration starship of Su Changfa and the other immortal cultivators from the Imperium. There was also a grand illusionary land in the Imperium, but it was mainly for studying, training, and communication. Many restrictions had been established on its usage. Also, it was impossible to allow the idiotic and humble hominoids to use the spiritual nexus, which was a privilege of the immortal cultivators. Hylon had never realized that the collisions in the grand illusionary land could create such a vast, vibrant virtual world. She had never thought that the grand illusionary land could be used to educate and edify the hominoids that the Imperium and the immortal cultivators believed to be unteachable. The grand illusionary land could even be used to collect the opinions of the hominoids on national affairs, allowing the hominoids to decide the future of a civilization. Even the humble hominoids were allowed to discuss national affairs. Such a world was too dreadful. Hylon was feeling as if she had seen fish flying in the sky, birds swimming in the ocean, the sun turning square, and trees growing upside down with their roots reaching for the clouds. The world did not seem logical or functional at all, but everything in it was ordered, organized, stable, and highly efficient. How is it possible? The cultivators of the Star Glory Federation obviously boast tremendous power and wisdom. Why are they so nice to the hominoids and even make all kinds of laws to restrain themselves and bow to the hominoids? It's like they are intentionally giving the hominoids a chance to be arrogant and lawless. The hominoids here do not look like the hominoids in the Imperium either. Why do they look so peaceful and happy? Some of them are even really participating in the management of national affairs, as if they think that they are truly capable of fighting side by side with the cultivators to protect the country. Why? Aren't the hominoids supposed to be an inferior race? Idiotic, selfish, greedy, cowardly, short-sighted, and crazy, Fellow cultivator, hey, we both have a high cultivation, and this is not the first time that we have trained, Xiao said coldly, one word after another. So, there is no need for you to talk about garbage such as who is the sure winner of a war. Just tell me honestly from the bottom of your heart. According to your observation of the territory, military power, national strength, and will of the Star Glory Federation, what do you think your chances of winning are in the war between the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation? If you truly have faith in the true path of immortality and the Imperium of true human beings, there is no need for you to lie to me or to yourself. Your chances of winning are probably not 100%, are they? Hailan was rendered speechless. It was true. Even if she could magically deceive Xiao, who was multiple levels higher than her, it was impossible for her to convince herself, whose belief was shaking hard. After calculating silently for a moment, she raised her head again and bit her lip. I don't know the exact strength of the Burning Prairie Fleet, but however unbelievable their strength is, the odds of winning for the Black Wind Fleet are well above 80–90%. Okay, Xiao nodded and thoughtfully observed. So, you are suggesting that there is at least a 10% chance that you will fail, right? It can't be helped, Hailan said gloomily. I don't want to lie to you, Master Spiritual Vulture, but the Star Glory Federation's development really far exceeds our anticipation. Specifically speaking, we did not expect that the Star Glory Federation would discover Kunlun, which allowed them to reach our level and even surpass us in the fields of certain techniques and magical equipment. Also, the technological development and the civilizational leap that they accomplished through Kunlun led to a chain reaction, helping them to locate and conquer 4 new sectors. Their territory and national strength have been greatly improved. In any case, the result of a war between 2 civilizations of similar levels is always hard to predict. An 80% to 90% chance of winning is essentially no different from a sure winner. Xiao shook his head. The reasons are not important. All I need to know is that there is a 10% chance that you will lose. That's enough. Fellow cultivator, hey, you have been indoctrinating me with the true path of immortality. You talk to me as if survival of the fittest is a natural logic of the universe. The weak should naturally obey the strong, and the losers deserve to be swallowed by the winners. Then, according to your own theory, if the 10% probability becomes reality and the Black Wind Fleet is truly defeated by the Star Glory Federation, it implies that you are the weak and the Federation is the strong. So, it will only be logical for you to submit to the Federation, join the Federation, and even turn to believe in the path of the cultivators of the Federation and put it into practice, right? Hailan was dumbfounded. She blushed and stammered, Of course not. It does not work that way. You can't understand it in such a way." Xiao slightly frowned and scratched his chin, as if he were greatly confused. "What? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Even you said yourself that there is a 10% chance that you will lose. Then, is it not right that the strong should prey on the weak and the weak must obey the strong?" Hailan quickly said, "Even if I admit that the Black Wind Fleet has a 10% likelihood of failure, it will only be a tactical defeat if it happens. We are only one fleet of the Imperium that has focused the strength of a handful of sectors. But the Imperium of true human beings already controlled hundreds of sectors 100 years ago. We are just a drop in the ocean. If we fail this time, His Majesty will certainly send even more fleets and summon the strength of dozens of sectors. The Star Glory Federation will surely be crushed. It is out of the question." Xiao shook his head and solemnly said, "It doesn't sound right if you put it that way. The Imperium of true human beings has hundreds of sectors. If it goes all in and attacks the 7 sectors of the Federation with the sheer advantage in numbers, of course, it will be a sure winner. But such a victory does not seem justified to me. At the very least, it cannot prove the excellency of the true path of immortality. On the contrary, if the Federation has hundreds of sectors and it attacks 7 sectors of the Imperium, it will definitely secure a victory, but can it prove that the path of the cultivators is better than the true path of immortality? I don't think so, right, fellow cultivator, hey? Well, of course not. Hylon shook her head subconsciously. That's right. His hands behind his back, Xiao paced in the suite for the nascent soul stage cultivators unhurriedly. I've given it a lot of thought. The war between the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation appears relatively fair to me. We will be able to tell which of them is better, the path of the cultivators or the true path of immortality. Look, the Star Glory Federation has 7 sectors, but it is at the edge of the cosmos and has insufficient resources. The Black Wind Fleet, in comparison, has gathered the forces of 5 prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos. But your forces consist of a defeated army, and you have come here after a long, tiresome journey. The 7 sectors are small, remote, but well-prepared, and the 5 big sectors, although prosperous, are only here after an expedition. Therefore, we may consider that the material strengths of the 2 parties are on par. Do you agree? Hylon thought for a long time and struggled to nod. I do. Since the material strengths are basically the same, the decisive factors for the outcome of the war will be the system, regime, spirit, and will of the 2 parties. Therefore, if the Star Glory Federation wins the war, it will be proof that the path of the cultivators has passed the test of war and is more advanced than the true path of immortality and better qualified to represent the future of mankind. Do you find any problem with the conclusion? Hylon widened her eyes and thought for a long time. I don't think so. If you truly believe in the principle of survival of the fittest, naturally, you are obliged to submit yourself to a path that is more powerful. It is only reasonable for you to change sides and join the path of the cultivators if you lose the war, right? I feel that I'm confused, Hylon said feebly. Wait a moment. I need to think about it more carefully. My head is not very clear either, but it doesn't matter. Let's just talk to each other and study it more carefully. You help me sort things through, and I'll do the same for you. This is the only way that we can find out the truth. Xiao scratched his chin and said, Fellow cultivator, hey, after spending more than half a year with you, it has occurred to me that you are not one of the perverted immortal cultivators who are fond of savaging and torturing ordinary people. Why do you say that, Master Spiritual Vulture? Hylon frowned. The immortal cultivators generally wouldn't torture the hominoids for no good reason. A real immortal cultivator, especially the well-educated nobles among them, treats the hominoids like a shepherd treats his lambs. It is one thing to cut the wool or kill the lambs for meat, but it is a whole different thing to torture and savage them. Even if we are truly going to butcher the lambs, we will always try to grant a quick and painless death to the lambs in the spirit of humanitarianism. As for the tiny proportion of immoral folks who find fun in playing and savaging the hominoids, we despite what they do, but it can't be helped. There are always bad guys everywhere. Some of the immortal cultivators are bad, and some of the cultivators are not decent. Aren't a lot of felonies in the Star Glory Federation committed by the cultivators? Isn't the 3rd Division of the Secret Sword Bureau established for the purpose of dealing with the criminals who are cultivators? Very insightful, fellow cultivator, hey. Xiao nodded. Therefore, at least personally, you wouldn't torture hominoids for no good reason, and you do not object to a happier life for the hominoids. It's just that you believe exploiting the hominoids is the only way to provide incessant fuel for the development of the civilization of mankind. Yes, Hylon replied resolutely. It is beyond any doubt. No, there is indeed some doubt. At the very least, there is 10% right now, Xiao said. What if a different path lies out there, where the wisdom and valor of the hominoids are triggered and their vision and responsibility are raised, so that the hominoids can fight side by side with the true human beings such as us, bringing forth greater strength that will push the civilization of mankind to a higher peak? You wouldn't say no to such a path if it does exist, right? Hylon blinked hard, not knowing how she should respond. Thinking for a long time, she asked, Master Spiritual Vulture, do you support the path of the cultivators? Liao shook his head and replied, I am a believer of nothing. I'm just a guy who comes from the ancient times. The immortal cultivators, such as you and the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation, have been immersed in your respective system since you were born. Naturally, you have a lot of preconceptions that gradually form your unshakable belief. However, the ancient cultivators from the ancient sages sector, such as us, have never touched modern civilization before. We are purely neutral, without any bias, which allows us to observe your different ideologies from a more objective perspective. In fact, we can't thank you enough. Half a year ago, before you showed up, us ancient cultivators were all doing things ignorantly and blindly with our natural instincts. Despite our enormous strength, were we any different from primitive dinosaurs? When you just showed up, you threatened us with the invincibility of the Imperium of true human beings, and we agreed to cooperate with you to keep ourselves alive. However, in the following half a year, thanks to you, I learned the true significance of training and the great purpose of a civilization. It was truly an eye-opener for a mountain villager such as myself. Yes, the ancient cultivators like us shouldn't selfishly be considering the safety of our own world. We should view the problems from a higher perspective, right? If the Imperium of true human beings stands for the future of mankind, naturally, we should help the Black Wind Fleet overturn the Federation. But what if the odds of 10% are true and the Star Glory Federation represents the future? Then, should the real immortal cultivators, who you claim are fighting for the future of mankind, join the Federation's side without hesitation to resist and even reform the Imperium? After all, we are not only standing for ourselves. I have the Ancient Sages sector, and you have the Black Wind Fleet. Countless compatriots are behind us, right? If everything goes as smoothly as you say, and the Black Wind Fleet crushes the Federation unstoppably, then I've got nothing to say. A tiny Ancient Sages sector is definitely not bold enough to challenge the invincible Imperium of true human beings. But what if the Black Wind Fleet fails? What are we going to do? Confusion and resistance flowed out of Hai Lan's eyes as she shook her head. I haven't thought about the question before. Then you'd better start now, Liao said casually. You and I are both clear that the Ancient Sages sector is only taking the Black Wind Fleet side because we are forced to. You don't think that the experts of the Ancient Sages sector will still be loyal to the Black Wind Fleet if the war does not go well and sacrifices are required, do you? If I really make such promises to you, they will be the most brazen lies, right? You are lucky, fellow cultivator Hay. You are truly lucky that they gave you to me. Unlike the cunning cultivators from Central Plateaus who are habitual liars, I am a barbarian from the woods of the Southland of Sorcerers. I hate lying more than anything, and I just say whatever is in my heart. What's there to hide? Let me tell you the truth. The experts of the Ancient Sages sector only pledge loyalty to the Imperium because of the Imperium of true human beings' invincibility. Should the Black Wind Fleet show signs of failure, even if I don't change my mind, it cannot be guaranteed that none of the 11 of them will join the Federation's side and make matters worse. Then, the odds of the Black Wind Fleet's failure will certainly be higher than 10%. Therefore, you might as well think of a way out for yourself, your compatriots, and the Black Wind Fleet if you fail. Better prepare an umbrella before it rains. Hylon thought hard and mumbled, a way out after failure? What do you mean? I don't understand. It's simple. Liao patted her shoulder and casually said, You said just now that the Imperium has hundreds of sectors, and that new expedition armies will be organized to conquer the Star Glory Federation, even if you fail. Let's forget whether or not the Imperium, which is confronting and even being suppressed by the Covenant Alliance, can spare new expedition armies from the front line that is already extremely tight. Even if some of the armies can be spared, how long will it take for them to launch a second expedition? For elite forces that involve multiple sectors to be prepared, mobilized, and march toward the Federation on a long journey, it will take at least a couple years, right? Should the Black Wind Fleet be crushed, a couple of years will be more than enough for the Star Glory Federation to destroy your remnants without leaving any bones. Even if some of the lucky dogs run back to the Imperium, will they end any better in the Imperium where the strong prey on the weak? Same goes for the Ancient Sages sector. If we wager everything on you right now and help the Black Wind fleet attack the Federation, a couple of years will be more than enough for the Federal fleet to roast the Ancient Sages sector over and over after we fail. Even if the second wave of expedition armies really demolishes the Star Glory Federation in a couple years, will it help at all? The skeletons of the Ancient Sages sector and the Black Wind fleet will have been made into drums. Highland's shivering teeth left deep marks on her lips. She continued struggling. No, perhaps it won't take a couple of years. If the Imperium pays enough attention to the Federation, Li Yao chuckled. In my opinion, even if a second wave of expedition armies is to be sent, the date of their arrival will be later than a couple of years from now. Chances are that it will even take them 10 to 20 years. Hylon bulged her eyes. Why? Li Yao smiled. In the Ancient Sages sector, you confess that the disobedient folks of the Black Wind sector are scary mobs from the central area of the Imperium. Your relationship with other sectors is not very good, and your standing in the Emperor's court is not high, right? Fellow cultivator, hey, if you were His Majesty of the Imperium, or one of the sector master, powerful lords, or great nobles from the central districts of the Imperium, after you hear the news of the Black Wind fleet's failure, will you simply abandon your defenses, cross countless unknown galaxies and worlds, and save the Black Wind fleet? Or will you simply watch the insubordinate and arrogant people of the Black Wind fleet die? Highland's eyes bulged wider and wider until they were entire bloodshot. No second expedition army will come, Li Yao said mercilessly. Not until the last drop of blood of the last Black Wind soldier dries. Nobody will come to help you. Even if the odds of such a future are only 1%, it is enough for you to think about it carefully, right? As the daughter of the commander of the Black Wind fleet, this is your responsibility. You're quite right, Master Spiritual Vulture. Hylon took a deep breath. Then, what should I do? How would I know? Why don't you consider it yourself? Li Yao replied. All I know is that there is bound to be a war between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind fleet. Until their backbone is broken by the enemy, it is impossible for the Federation to surrender or for the Black Wind fleet to give up on their conquest. However, assuming that the Star Glory Federation crushes the main force of the Black Wind fleet, it still doesn't mean that they can annihilate you quickly and conveniently, right? Of course. Hideous brilliance beamed out of Highland's eyes. Even if the Black Wind fleet does fail, the Federation will have to pay a gory price in order to completely destroy us. Even if we cannot conquer the Federation, we will at least die with it. Li Yao sighed and said, You are free to die together with the Federation. Just suit yourselves. But the people of the Ancient Sages sector haven't lived enough yet. Don't drag us into this. If we are involved, and the Federation, the Ancient Sages sector, and the Black Wind fleet destroy each other, who will take all the advantage if not the Imperium of true human beings? All in all, courtesy calls for reciprocity. The Imperium of true human beings hasn't done any favors for the Ancient Sages sector. It is not a big deal if we help the Imperium in an easy war, but I don't think we deserve to die for the Imperium, right? As for you, I don't know what benefits the Imperium has promised you to make you sell your life, but that doesn't seem right. Wasn't the Black Wind fleet kicked out by the Emperor like a stray dog after losing a war? The nobles and lords in the court must have been ridiculing you for the past 100 years. Do you think that you will earn yourselves a high and magnificent monument in the capital city if you all sacrifice yourselves for the Imperium? Hylon grew excited again. We are not going to lose. This is a war for the Black Wind people to reclaim our honor. I know. This is just a casual discussion to help us sort things out for each other. I am not saying that the Black Wind fleet will lose it all. Li Yao paused for a moment. I merely want to say that under certain extreme circumstances, the interests of the Black Wind fleet are not necessarily the same as the interests of the Imperium of true human beings. On the contrary, if the Black Wind fleet does fail, chances are that the Federation, the Ancient Sages sector, and the defeated remnants of the Black Wind fleet will share mutual interests and stand on the opposite side from the Imperium. Don't glower at me. Think about it. If the Black Wind Fleet summons reinforcements from the Imperium after it fails, even if the second wave of the expedition army arrives as fast as lightning, do you think that they will be here to rescue the Black Wind Fleet? Give up your fantasy. You know about the life and death struggles within the Imperium better than us. It may be true that the Star Glory Federation will be demolished, but the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet will most likely be regrouped by the Second Expedition armies. As for the Ancient Sages sector, if the Second Expedition armies discover our coordinates during the process, things won't end well for us, either. Do you want to see such a thing? After the Black Wind Fleet plus the Ancient Sages sector and the Star Glory Federation both suffer great losses in the war, the Second Expedition armies of the Imperium are here to take all the advantage. Then, chances are that the experts of the Ancient Sages sector will be able to work under the new masters in exchange for the autonomy of the Ancient Sages sector. But what about the previous leadership of the Black Wind Fleet? What will become of them? This time, Hylon was breathing fast with a pale face beyond her control. Even her teeth were trembling hard. Do you understand now? The Black Wind Fleet can win the war quickly and unstoppably, but if you fail, you must find a way out instead of hoping for reinforcements. Looking at Hylon, Xiao said, "If that happens, the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet will definitely be disrupted and disorganized. Someone must step forward to clean up the mess, save the strength of the Black Wind Fleet, and even help it return to the center of the cosmos in a different appearance a long time later. That person will be the new commander of the Black Wind Fleet and the greatest hero in the history of the Black Wind sector." Hylon struggled to ask, "Master Spiritual Vulture, what are you trying to say?" "Nothing." Xiao smiled. "I remember you tell us that you have 2 elder brothers, 1 elder sister, 1 younger brother, and 1 younger sister. Your father may retire after finding a new home for the Black Wind Fleet after the war due to his age and his heavy wounds in the crushing defeat 100 years ago, but there is no way that you will be his successor, right?" "Yes." Hylon lowered her head. "I'm a pure battle-type, immortal cultivator, and I can only pilot a colossus. My mother's family isn't very powerful. She has never been the one that my father loves most either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent to a tiny claw fleet. Even if my father does retire, my brothers and sisters all have greater advantages than me, not to mention other ambitious families. Strength matters most in the competition of leadership for us. Bloodline has never been a big deal. Therefore, I never thought." "Oh, strength?" Xiao patted Hyland's shoulder softly and smiled. "What? Do your brothers and sisters all have 10 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage and 2 in the divinity transformation stage, plus 12 colossi to support them? For weak creatures, know yourself was a must for their survival. The mercy of the immortal cultivators was never prepared for the losers. During her growth, she had seen countless ambitious fellows who overestimated themselves recklessly challenge her father or the leaders of the major families and sects that made up the Black Wind Fleet, and those fellows usually did not end particularly well. She also understood the gap between herself and her brothers, sisters, and even the uncles and cousins in her other family branch. Therefore, she had never dared ignite the ambition deep down her heart. But now that the sparks had been ignited, they would never be extinguished. Hylon panted heavily. She did not even have the courage to turn around and face Xiao. However sluggish and numb her senses were, she could clearly perceive that the being behind her was gradually taking off the camouflage that was already hideous and terrible enough and revealing his real appearance, which was 100 times more so. Are you really Master Spiritual Vulture?" Hylon asked, shivering. Her voice was so feeble that even she did not know whether or not the question was asked at all. "It doesn't matter who I am." Xiao smiled casually. "What matters is who you are and who you can be. Don't say it's impossible. The world is full of wonders. Even Ding Ling Dang, nothing more than a pure warrior, has a chance to be elected as the Speaker of the Star Glory Federation. Why don't you have more faith in yourself? Believe me, I have high hopes for you. That's all you need." Gritting her teeth, Hylon finally summoned the courage to turn around inch by inch and look at Xiao. It finally occurred to her, as if she had just woken from a reverie, that master spiritual vulture, had indeed changed a lot after he arrived in the Star Glory Federation, to the point that he was almost a different person now. Hylon breathed hard. Can you really help me? Yes. Liao stared Hylon in the eye. Some invisible strength, light, and energy seemed to be flowing deep into Hylan's pupils and her brain and soul from his eyes. Here and now, you don't have any choice except to believe me. While the game between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet is key here, my say also matters a lot. Trust me, I have decided it's going to be you. That's enough. Hylon took a few steps back and fell onto Liao's bed, utterly overwhelmed. The doorbell rang. The other experts of the Ancient Sage's sector returned one after another. Long Yangjun was the first to return. When she walked into the room, Hylon was still buried deep in Liao's bed, stunned and unable to free herself from the illusions. Looking at Liao, Hylon, who had not come back to herself yet at the edge of Liao's bed, and then Liao again, Long Yangjun frowned deeply. Is this really appropriate? Long Yangjun asked Liao privately. It is already a complicated situation with a lot of variance during our trip to infiltrate the Federation, and you are still doing this? Won't it be another unexpected factor if your wife learns about this? What are you thinking about? Fellow cultivator Hylon and I were merely consolidating our beliefs with each other. That's a good excuse. Next time someone else catches you too, you should insist on that one. Now get her out of here. Everyone is coming here to discuss what we have experienced today. Liao escorted Hylon back to her own room. When he returned, the 12 experts of the Ancient Sage's sector under the name of Team Red Lotus had already gathered in the suite of the captain. Of the 12 experts, some were excited, some were in deep thought, some were eager to apply what they had learned, and some were rather bitter. It appeared that they had all discovered a lot of new things during the visit. Team Red Lotus was the speaker's secret guards. Naturally, Liao had pulled strings with Speaker Chui Lingfeng and gotten better privileges for them than the general members of the delegation. In principle, they were Chui Lingfeng's eyes and ears. If they were interested in the development of a certain field in the Federation, all they needed to do was send their relevant demands to the federal government, and the federal government would satisfy them in most cases and ask the Secret Sword Bureau to take care of the details. Therefore, their trips were all quite comprehensive and informative. The fierce battles in the Sea of Stars for the modern civilizations are really far beyond our imagination. The first speakers were Ming Qixin, Han Bailing, and Qi Changsheng, who were mostly generals and commanders before. Those few experts were particularly interested in the military construction and fleet development of the Federation. Together with the officer representatives from Firefly, they had been discussing the issues concerning the establishment of a joint headquarters with the high-level officers from the General Staff of the Federal Army. The modernized battles for the space fleets, including the sophisticated data links, telepathic thought network, information warfare, great competitions that involve hundreds of main force fleets, highly automatic grand illusionary soldiers, complicated logistical support, and unpredictable space jumps and prevention, were great eye-openers for the ancient generals and commanders who had traveled through time, with all the new magical equipment, new units, new tactics, and new principles. All the experts were fascinated. I was never willing to admit from the bottom of my heart that we are 40,000 years behind the era until today. It never occurred to me that the people in the outside world have developed such brilliant, glorious, and unbelievable civilizations in the past tens of thousands of years. Ming Qixin, the divinity transformation stage cultivator, sighed. We were truly frogs in a well, spending such a long time looking at the sky above our head and thinking that what we saw was the whole of it. It is truly pathetic. It is never too late to make amends, Han Bailing said. Thankfully, we made the decision to open our eyes and observe the universe. If we start catching up right now, I believe that we will soon reach them. Speaking of which, I believe that we should consider more on whether to join the Imperium or the Federation right now. Qi Changxing chuckled. The heaven-battering king was a leader of the rebels in the first place, and it was nothing new for him to surrender to greater powers. He did not have any burden at all, and he was best at claiming most benefits from those he surrendered to. After all, he would always surrender to whoever offered the biggest pie. Fellow cultivators, we have seen a lot of high-level officers from the general staff of the Federal Army. It occurred to us that they are from all 7 sectors. After talking with them, we learned that the 7 sectors all have their local space fleets. Fellow cultivators, I believe that we know the situation of the Federation right now rather well. The 3 core sectors and the Uranian Ring sector below our feet are indeed advanced and developed. There is no way that we can catch up to them anytime soon. However, the Forest Ocean sector that has nothing but trees, the Water Crystal sector that is rife with deserts, and the Netherworld sector that is scarred by wars and only habituated by ghosts, in terms of strength, are really not much better than the Ancient Sages sector. If anything, we are even more powerful than them. After all, although our civilization might be slightly underdeveloped, the spiritual energy is more abundant in our world, and there is a greater population and more experts. From what I saw with Senior Ming and fellow cultivator Han today, the Star Glory Federation has greater ambitions than the gains and losses of the few small worlds at hand. Therefore, after acquiring the weak worlds such as the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Water Crystal sector, they did not exploit them greedily at all. Instead, they offered a lot of resources to improve and arm those worlds quickly. Even the Forest Ocean sector, as a barbaric world, has established its own fleet. A lot of natives of the Forest Ocean sector have joined the Federal Army. Some of them are even in key posts among the general staff. Although Hylon promised us that the Black Wind Fleet will also give us tremendous benefits if we surrender to the Imperium, it is just her word. Even though she was not lying to us, do her words really count, considering that she is not the commander of the Black Wind Fleet after all? The Black Wind Fleet is not necessarily going to offer us anything, but the benefits that the Star Glory Federation gives to the participant worlds are concrete and substantial. Right now, the Star Glory Federation is faced with a giant battle against the Black Wind Fleet, but it is not the end of the war. Rather, it is just the beginning of it. Even if the Federation defeats the Black Wind Fleet, it will still be faced with the enormous military pressure of the Imperium of true human beings. This time, it won't take 100 years for the army of the Imperium to come over. With the sword hanging above the Federation's head, it is impossible for them to kick down the ladder under such circumstances. Therefore, if the Ancient Sages sector joins the Star Glory Federation, there is a great chance that we will enjoy privileges equal to, if not better than, the treatment of the weak worlds such as the Forest Ocean sector or the Water Crystal sector. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng explained the advantages and disadvantages thoroughly. The experts of the Ancient Sages sector discussed and agreed on the conclusion. Since the Federation did not conquer the Desert World Water Crystal sector, which was right next to it, but resolved the problem through bargaining and peaceful negotiations, they did not seem to have any reason to swallow the Ancient Sages sector, which was further away, hidden in the dark nebula with countless experts. But don't forget that the Star Glory Federation did wage a war upon the Uranian Ring sector. There was no telling which side Long Yangjun was taking. She casually said, "The Star Glory Federation is not a toothless tiger. In a battle, they can be more brutal than anyone else." The greatest reason for the war is perhaps the different ideologies of the old rulers of the Uranian Ring sector and the Federation, Master Bitter Cicada replied. Then, does the ideology of the Ancient Sages sector befit the Federation? Long Yangjun smiled and glanced at Li Yao thoughtfully. It's true that the uprising and wars were caused when the Heavenly Light, the ruling class of the Uranian Ring sector, blatantly exploited the earthly brute. But did such things not happen in the Ancient Sages sector? Fellow cultivator Qi Changsheng, fellow cultivator Wan Mingzhu, are you not the earthly brute of the Ancient Sages sector and the rest of us the Heavenly Light? If we really consider joining the Star Glory Federation seriously, I believe that our ideas from 40,000 years must be upgraded, and the Star Glory Federation must relieve our concerns with sincerity and appropriate solutions. The issues could not be figured out soon. They decided to put the issues on hold after discussing them for a while before the rest of the experts went on to tell everybody their own experience. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the leader of the cultivators of the Central Plateaus of the Ancient Sages sector, was an upright and plain-spoken man who valued rules more than anything else. Therefore, he perused the rules of the Star Glory Federation, or to wit, how the laws of the Federation were practiced. Through Chui Lingfeng, Liao had helped arrange the qualification to attend the trial of a case that shocked the entire Uranian Ring sector for Qi Zhongdao. He also gave him access to all the case files. Qi Zhongdao indeed had a lot of findings and thoughts. Today, I went to attend a great trial that was of national influence. The plaintiff was an ordinary family in the Federation, whereas the defendant was a high-level cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage and the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, a renowned, wealthy, and powerful local sect in the Uranian Ring sector. He was charged with illegal possession. The case did not seem overly complicated at first. The normal family had one son and one daughter, but it was a pity that the son was born in the era of great post-war construction 16 years ago. The living environment was quite shabby back then, and the medical facilities were not sufficient. Also, they did not pay much attention to themselves either. Therefore, they failed to test out that the son was a patient of, to quote the term in the Federation, Down syndrome. The son's illness was quite serious. When he grew while doing nothing except eating and sleeping, his intelligence was still no higher than that of a 5-year-old. Even so, his parents took good care of him and did not abandon him. They even took him to walk on the street every couple of days to open his eyes. But on one of their walks, they ran into an accident where two shuttles hit each other. One of the shuttles happened to careen into the son and blew him away. The son was heavily wounded and dying. The son was already in a coma when he was in the ambulance. It is said that even his heartbeat and brainwaves stopped for a long time, which was witnessed by the doctors, nurses, and his own parents personally. But after only 10 minutes, the moment he was delivered to the hospital, he went back to himself miraculously. Before the parents could be overjoyed, they discovered that their son's demeanor, eyes, and even aura were completely different from the past. He was almost a different person now. The son did not lie to them either. He told them and the doctors and the policemen dutifully that he was not the previous mentally retarded patient, but the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, who possessed a theoretically dead body and reincarnated himself in it. As it turned out, the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, who was a high-level cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, was trying to break into the nascent soul stage through a very dangerous secret art, but he unfortunately failed and even perished on the spot due to the recoil of the art. According to him, although his body was destroyed, his soul was not entirely gone. It somehow drifted onto the street and happened to meet the ambulance that was carrying the mentally retarded patient. The mentally retarded patient, due to the Down syndrome, was born with incomplete soul, which made that his body the best container for foreign souls. Also, the mentally retarded patient's breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves had stopped in the serious accident. Even his broken soul was gone. According to the testimony of authoritative medical experts, the chances that he could be saved were little to none, and he would have entered a vegetative state even if he did survive. By the standard of the cultivators, the body of the mentally retarded patient had already become an empty sack that was now ownerless. The remaining soul of the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, noticing the vacant body, crawled into it, driven by the natural instincts to survive. Therefore, he became the new owner of the body and reincarnated himself in it. He must have been happy to have a new life, but the birth parents of the mentally retarded patient were certainly not satisfied. The secret sword agents who were responsible for the crimes of cultivators caught the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, who was in the body of the mentally retarded patient, and delivered to the court, where he was charged with illegal possession. Fellow cultivators, in your opinion, is the guy guilty or not? Was the leader of the dragon-chasing sect justified in doing what he did? The case involved a powerful celebrity, and the plot was quite intriguing. It had raised heated discussions in the Uranian Ring sector and even other sectors. The ancient cultivators from the ancient sages sector were deeply attracted by the case and offered their opinions. Han Bailing cackled and said, "Illegal possession? Interesting. Does it mean that even possession is a crime in the Star Glory Federation? Or rather, is there legal possession?" "There is." Qi Zhongdao nodded and said, "I have studied it carefully. There is indeed legal possession in the Federation. Some body donors can volunteer to sign authorization documents, stating that they would like to donate their body to the country after they pass away. The bodies will be used for practice by the students of the medical schools, for transplantations, or given to experts whose bodies have been destroyed for them to be reincarnated. The experts of the Star Glory Federation have only two choices if they are making a highly dangerous attempt and fear that they might die. They can either prepare a few exquisite, powerful artificial bodies, like Senior Ming or Senior Wu, and perhaps become spectral cultivators after they die. Or they have to register in advance to wait in line or draw lots and apply for a corpse. However, the rate of success when possessing such dead bodies is even lower than turning into a spectral cultivator. Once they fail, it is highly likely that their broken soul will be further damaged, and they won't even have a chance to become a spectral cultivator. Furthermore, dead bodies are valuable resources. Most of them are used for organ transplants and for the teaching purposes of medical schools. Only when the body donors propose the request and confirm multiple times will their bodies enter the possession and rebirth procedure. There is more demand than supply, and a body is always hard to come by. So, few experts try their luck by legal possession. Most of them still try to train their soul to increase the odds of them transforming into spectral cultivators and even living in such a form for another 1 to 200 years after they die. Is it true? Although Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was a spectral cultivator, she was adept at manipulating puppets and crafting zombies. Possession was not a problem for her at all. You have to wait in line and draw lots in order to possess a body? Well, what kind of rule is this? Is there no black market where you can buy a body? Qi Zhongdao shook his head and said no. The issue concerns the fundamental ethics of the Federation and therefore cannot be shaken. Therefore, bribery and businesses in the field are strictly forbidden. Neither the donor nor the acceptor know who each other is before the procedure is completed. The black market of bodies is always struck hard too. As for the crime of illegal possession, it is one of the most serious crimes in the Federation. Once found guilty, most of the criminals will be sentenced to death. The Star Glory Federation's law has been established to protect the interests of the weak. It is rather considerate. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. But I believe that this case is different. The mentally regarded son was already dead in the ambulance due to the accident. He couldn't be revived, and the only thing he left was a body. The leader of the dragon-chasing sect, on the other hand, perished after a failed breakthrough attempt. Nobody knows how much wisdom he had left. Driven by his natural instincts for survival, it seems rather understandable for him to crawl into a vacant body and seek shelter there. The monk is quite right, Boss Yu the beggar said. Laws are meant to deal with real-life issues. The case is a complete accident, where every party ran into each other by chance. After all, the body was already possessed. It's not like the leader should be sentenced to death again, right? Even if the leader of the dragon-chasing sect is killed, the previous son's life will never be brought back. Why bother? I think the key is whether or not the mentally retarded son was confirmed to be dead when he was still in the ambulance, Qi Chongxing remarked, not thinking that it was a big deal. If the guy was already dead, well, living people are always more important than the deceased. After one is dead, one will be nothing but a pile of meat. Feeding on it or possessing it is just recycling the garbage. What's the big deal? The nascent soul stage cultivator did quite a lot of lawless things for survival back in the days when he was in the Heaven Battering Army. He definitely would not hesitate at all when it came to making use of dead bodies. If I may say, this is perhaps the best of the worst outcomes. Qi Chongxing smiled. Nobody could have foreseen that the mentally regarded son would have an accident, but since he was already dead, he would always stay dead whether or not he was possessed. But right now, the dead body saved a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. There are slightly more than 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators in the 7 sectors of the Federation. So, a guy at the peak of the core formation stage must rank in the top 2,000 nationwide. If we only consider this world, he must be one of the top 500 experts of the Uranian Ring sector, right? A top 500 expert has been rescued by the dead body of an idiot and is now able to continue making contributions to this sector and the entire Federation. Isn't it good? Also, although he has nothing to do with the birth parents of the idiot, he has taken up their son's body after all. It is only reasonable that he gives many benefits to the parents and sees that they are properly taken care of for the rest of their life. That is not an outrageous request, right? The parents lost a stupid son, but they will receive financial compensation that they couldn't earn in 10 lives. Also, their son will be living well in a different way. Surely, they will not feel very comfortable, but there is no need for them to insist on killing their son's body again. The key is whether or not they can think the whole thing through. If they do, this is actually a win-win for everyone, their son, the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, and the entire Federation. Possessing a living person by force is one matter, and possessing someone who has recently died is a whole different matter. It is one thing to successfully possess a body and reincarnate one's soul in it, but sometimes the possession is not entirely successful, and only part of the soul and the memory are transmitted, which meld with the consciousness of the original owner of the body into a whole. In some cases, the soul is not transmitted at all, and those who are possessed are merely added with countless memory pieces. If I may ask, in such cases, are the victims really possessed or not? Should they be plaintiffs or defendants? How should the court convict them? It is exactly because of the complexity of possession that, although cases that involve body borrowing and reincarnation are rare, they catch the attention of the whole nation whenever they happen. The accusers and the defendants often have to debate fiercely for years and run a lot of psychological tests on the soul to determine whether the person still alive is the possessor or the possessed. But as I said earlier, specifically regarding this case, it does not seem very complicated. First of all, the deceased was killed in a traffic accident. Secondly, the medical staff, and even the parents of the deceased, could testify that the deceased's breathing, heartbeat, and brain activity had stopped for more than 3 minutes. Clinically speaking, it is the most standard death. Thirdly, the defendant, the leader of the dragon-chasing sect, is a renowned philanthropist who made a lot of contributions to the construction of the Uranian Ring sector in the past 30 years. He's definitely a righteous man. Also, with the case coming to this point, the dragon-chasing sect got in touch with the defendant many times and proposed many rather tempting terms. The victim's family gradually thought it through and were considering accepting the fact. Ba Xiao, Qi Changsheng, Wan Mingzhu, and the rest of them smiled together. That is not bad. Qi Zhongdao smiled and shook his head. Before court started today, almost everyone believed that it would be ruled today that the possessor would be found not guilty and released. However, during the fierce debate in court, abrupt changes took place. What did they call him? Right. One of the golden prosecutors raised a new exhibit that proved the deep connections between the driver in the traffic accident and someone among the leadership of the dragon-chasing sect. What? All the nascent soul stage cultivators boasted amazing computational ability. After Qi Zhongdao explained it to them, they quickly thought everything through. It was not a traffic accident, but intentionally done in order to make a fresh, perfect body. Yes, that's what the prosecution believed with the support of the new evidence. Qi Zhongdao spoke faster. Not only did the golden prosecutor locate the connections between the driver in the traffic accident and the leadership of the dragon-chasing sect, he also found several well-respected, nascent soul stage cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector who proved that the secret arts through which the leader of the dragon-chasing sect tried to break into the nascent soul stage had a rather high success rate, but were dangerous enough to cause death if one unfortunately failed. The prosecutor even retrieved certain key ingredients from the residue of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the dragon-chasing sect discharged, which proved that the leader of the dragon-chasing sect was already practicing another cultivation art to consolidate his soul and prepare himself for possession before he tried to break into the nascent soul stage. Through the evidence chain made by the series of proof, the prosecution proved that the leader of the dragon-chasing sect had prepared remedies should he unfortunately be killed during the attempt to break into the nascent soul stage. The young man's death was not an accident, but intentional homicide. He was picked because he was a mentally retarded person whose brain had never been fully utilized, which made the possession easier. The new soul and the body would be more harmonious, too. Everybody was captivated. Ba Xiao pursued. What happened? Was there a ruling? The ruling was not announced in court, But the defendant was already crushed and unable to argue, Qi Zhongdao said. When I left, the experts of the media and the law circle all estimated that if the chain of evidence that the prosecution proposed was true, it would be a textbook crime of illegal possession, not to mention the plots that were used to cover the crime. Therefore, the criminal would probably be sentenced to death immediately with his soul eradicated. There would be no room for negotiation at all. Not only would he be executed himself, the entire dragon-chasing sect would also be involved in this. If the case is deeper investigated, too many more people that are related to the plot will certainly be dug out. This is really everybody's side with mixed feelings for a while. All of them had trained all the way to the nascent soul stage from the refinement state. Naturally, they understood the difficulties of training best. Such an expert at the peak of the core formation stage, who was only one step away from the nascent soul stage, was going to be executed immediately because of one mistake. They did not know how they should comment on the decision. After attending the trial of the case and reading the relevant files, including the felonies concerning illegal possession in the past few decades, I couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. Qi Zhongdao exclaimed. The Constitution of Cultivators is the fundamental law of the Star Glory Federation, which has been established to restrain the power of the cultivators. I believe that you must have learned a thing or two about the law before and can't feel particularly delighted about certain clauses in it. How can the renowned, strong, and omnipotent cultivators be saddled and humiliated in such a way and bow their heads to the insignificant ordinary people because of the boundary of a few words on a piece of paper? I don't think I'm qualified to determine whether the law is good or bad, but from what I've seen today, all the ordinary people and cultivators in the Star Glory Federation indeed treat the law as a supreme, inviolable existence. A top 500 expert of the Uranian Ring sector has lost all his reputation just because he possessed a worthless moron. Even his sect is about to crumble apart. The Secret Sword Bureau went after him. Fellow cultivators despise him. The ordinary people point at him and curse him. Even he could only argue with excuses, but did not have the courage to say that he did the right thing. Such a constitution of cultivators are the rules that I always talk about. However, back in the ancient sages sector, there was nothing I could do except talk about them. Never did I ever dream that such a country where rules outweigh feelings, fists, and everything else does exist. Even a few officers in the refinement stage were bold enough to confront the experts in the core formation stage or in the nascent soul stage when they had the constitution of cultivators in their favor. How could I not be greatly shocked now that such a world has been unfolded in front of me for real? Qi Zhongdao's rigid face that seemed to be made of black ice and had not changed for 100 years beamed with excitement. He shared the news, case files, and relevant information about the trial with his fellow cultivators, raising another round of suspicion, sighs, and exclamations. After Qi Zhongdao, the rest of the experts of the ancient sages sector shared the details of their trip. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu had gone to inspect a base of hybrid rice, where a program to cross-fertilize the special rice for the cultivators with the regular rice was being carried out. The riot of White Lotus that Wan Mingzhu had raised in the southeastern region of the Great Qian dynasty was caused because of the starvation of the ordinary people when jade pellets, a type of special rice for the cultivators, occupied the farmland of the ordinary people. In the end, the ordinary people rose up and fed on the jade pellets, only to turn into aggressive ghosts after they died of indigestion to fight against the major sects and even the court of the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, Wan Mingzhu was quite interested in how the food problem was addressed in the modern cultivation civilization. She had requested to inspect the field. In the end, the federal government had arranged for her to visit a hybrid rice breeding base established in the vacuum outside the Uranian Ring. Specialists of the Star Glory Federation have developed more than 1,000 kinds of hybrid rice, wheat, and other cash crops in the past 100 years. They boast feeble spiritual energy, which means that they can help build up the body and accelerate the growth of the spiritual root after they are consumed. Also, they are generally mild and edible for ordinary people and even children. There are no side effects at all. Even Mother White Lotus, who had always been mean and sarcastic, could do nothing except comment with conflicted feelings. Right now, the balanced lunch in schools subsidized by the federal government has all adopted such hybrid rice, which has significantly improved the bodies and training level of the new generation of the Federation, allowing strong warriors that are as good as soldiers in the prosperous worlds to be raised in relatively barren worlds. Even though those warriors cannot all become top experts, the Federation now at least boasts a great number of middle and low-level cultivators, as well as ordinary soldiers who are agile, energetic, and vigorous. When I saw the middle school students who are tall and muscular because of the hybrid rice they take, I couldn't help but recall the Ancient Sages sector. Of course, cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector are unbelievably strong, but the ordinary soldiers, except for those who serve in large households, are often emaciated and weak-minded. They are truly a devastating contrast to what I have seen today. What astonished me most, however, was not the middle school students who appeared almost as strong as the best soldiers of the Ancient Sages sector, but some specialists I met in the hybrid rice base. Some of the specialists are even in the nascent soul stage. If it were in the Ancient Sages sector, they would be working for the major sects as elders or counselors to raise all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the sects or the court. They should be wealthy and revered. However, in the Star Glory Federation, those specialists in the nascent soul stage have dedicated themselves to the tiny hybrid rice for decades, which is not of any use to the high-level cultivators and can only improve the capabilities of the ordinary people. What benefits can they possibly get? How can they withstand such boredom and loneliness? Baffling. It's truly baffling. Thus, they had visited a few orphanages and relief stations. They had also gone deep into the underground mines of the Uranian Ring planet to check on the treatment of miners and their families, especially the children. We've seen quite a few schools with rather thorough facilities on the ground. The students are all the offspring of the ordinary miners, but quite a few of their teachers are cultivators. Some of them are even experts who have volunteered to come here from the core worlds to teach. Boss Xiao still felt amazed when he recalled what he had seen during the day. Of all the cultivators who have volunteered to teach here, some were summoned to make contributions to the poor and remote areas by certain spirits. For example, those from the Patriots Front. However, most of them are actually hired by various funds. Even the schools, hospitals, orphanages, and water purification factories are subsidized by those funds. Fellow Cultivator Ba is quite right. The funds seem to be the main force in the Federation in offering help to the poor and the ordinary people, Master Bitter Cicada said. The Star Glory Federation is a country with high taxes. The tax rate for the cultivators is particularly high. According to the speed of money earning of some high-level cultivators who are like cash-absorbing beasts, they have to pay astronomical taxes every year. However, the tax law in the Federation is very interesting. If you invest your income into the funds that are established for public welfare, you will legally be able to avoid tax. Therefore, in order to pay less tax, the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators have established all kinds of charity funds. Almost every one of them has several funds under their name. The establishment and operation of the charity funds have certain requirements. Those funds are audited every year, too, to make sure that they have indeed completed a certain number of charity projects. After 100 years of development, the charity funds in the Federation have already formed a virtuous cycle. The experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage provide resources and connections to establish all kinds of funds, partly to improve their reputation and partly to avoid tax. New cultivators, especially those born in the lower class who do not have many resources and connections, often choose to join a fund after their spiritual root is awakened and offer their service in a remote, underdeveloped area for a while. Through the fund, they can expand their social circle and make new friends. If their performance is distinguished, they may even catch the attention of the owners of the funds and thereby have a chance to work in the corporations under the name of the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators. In a few years, they might even be able to enter the core circle of the organization. Right now, most core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators require that the candidates have a lot of work experience in charity funds when they recruit disciples, especially true disciples. It is a common understanding among the cultivators that only such disciples are determined and pure enough to pass on their knowledge too. Boss Xiao the beggar and Master Bitter Cicada spoke with great enthusiasm. The two of them were both straightforward people who did not care about manners. When he reached the exciting parts, Boss Xiao even slapped his own thigh hard. All the experts of the ancient sages sector were attracted and deep in thought. The modern flying swords, shuttles, crystal trains, crystal suits, and starships, however sophisticated and extraordinary, were still comprehensible for them after they considered it more carefully. However, it would take them a fairly long time to fully digest and accept the system, or rather, the logic of life, functioning in the Star Glory Federation that was entirely different from the one in the Ancient Sages sector. After Boss Xiao and Master Bitter Cicada were done, the other experts spoke of their experience in turns. Liao took the opportunity to boast about civilization greatly, highly recommending that the experts experience it whether they had time or not. He believed that those experts would certainly fall in love with such a new world after they enjoyed the charm of civilization, and would not bear to leave anymore. Soon, all 11 experts had finished sharing, and Long Yangjun was the only one who had not said anything yet. With a fake smile, she looked at everybody mysteriously. Wu Suiyun, one of the divinity transformation stage cultivators, said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, you seem rather hesitant. Was there something wrong with your inspection today?" "Not exactly. It went on very well, but I'm afraid that there's nothing I care to say." Leaning against Li Yao's bed, Long Yangjun put her feet on the bed and her hands below her head to make herself more comfortable. Then she said, "You all know what I did for a living in the past. I was the leader of Ghost Character, a dog that everybody was scared of, and an executioner. My counterparts in the Star Glory Federation are probably the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund. Therefore, I didn't inspect any other place today, only requesting to know more about the Secret Sword Bureau, especially the major cases that the agency has cracked in the past 100 years. Naturally, most of the cases were crimes committed by cultivators." "Oh." Wu Suiyun looked at the other experts and asked, "What have you found?" "Nothing special. Of course, they wouldn't have shown me the files if there were anything special in them," Long Yangjun said lazily. "I only want to offer a reminder to you, fellow cultivators, and probably to cool your heads. We all know too much about the stories where the Emperor put on the clothes of ordinary people, walked on the streets, and saw how he is viewed by his subjects. Did such things happen less in the Great Qian dynasty before? No. I'm not implying that everything we saw today is fake. In fact, I'm certain that it is absolutely real. It is impossible to fake such things on such a large scale. However, what we saw today must be what they wanted us to see. It is the best side of the Star Glory Federation. The cultivators we have got in touch with today are also certainly the purest cultivators too. But as we all know, nothing is flawless. Perfect countries do not exist either. Cultivators who have absolute faith in their belief and always help other people selflessly are few too. I would even say that they are actually too rare for us to meet. As our inspection grows deeper, I believe that the imperfect side of the Star Glory Federation will soon be exposed. Therefore, I'm only reminding you not to raise your expectations to a very high level in case your final judgment is affected by your disappointment by then. We must know that there was a fruit tray on the table in the middle of everyone. Long Yangjun curled her fingers and pulled 2 apples out of the tray. Holding one of them in each of her hands, she smiled and said, "Choosing between the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation is like choosing between one of the 2 apples here. You will be wrong if you are hoping to pick the better of them. Perhaps we will have to choose the less rotten of the 2 apples." Crack! Long Yangjun picked up a random apple and bit it hard. The juice was flying everywhere. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. They were going to pursue further when she stood up and threw the other apple to Li Yao. Yawning, she said, "The night is dark. We will have to continue our visit tomorrow. It's time to take a rest, fellow cultivators." The establishment of a joint headquarters and also the in-depth military cooperation between the government in exile and the Star Glory Federation could never be completed overnight. In the upcoming 10 days or so, the experts of the Ancient Sages sector would stay in the Uranian Ring sector to inspect more fields. After getting in touch with civilization, and especially after watching the debate between Professor Xian and Professor Xiao, Liao suddenly felt that he would like to talk with Long Yangjun. After all, Long Yangjun was different from the other experts of the ancient sages sector. Like Liao, she was sort of a player who was of a higher level and beyond the chess game. However, everybody's itinerary had been fully occupied, and they were protected and monitored by the agents of the Secret Sword Bureau anywhere they went. Also, Long Yangjun intentionally selected a few programs that required her to march deep into the surface and even the underground holes of the Uranian Ring sector by herself without joining the others. It was not until 12 days later that Long Yangjun returned to the hotel and they checked in again. Liao finally got the opportunity. This time, it was in Long Yangjun's room. Long Yangjun was playing Civilization. Her interest did not seem to be on the game itself, but Xiao Ming and Wenwen, the two game assistants. She was tickling the two cute kids, making them laugh hard and hide behind Liao. Very interesting. Long Yangjun turned off the mini crystal processor, and the two little guys immediately vanished into nothingness. Looking at Liao, she somehow picked up two apples out of nowhere again and threw one of them to Liao. She asked with a smile, "Anything you want to say to me?" "Yes. Have you seen the video that I sent you? What's your take on Professor Xian's theories on parent and child civilizations and the succession of civilizations? In the past, I've always been completely hostile to the Panga civilization. I didn't even like the Niwa civilization either. How should I put it? Scared, wary, and a sense of insecurity. That's how I felt. After all, Gue Suesho, an old senior of the demon race, left an impressive warning for me, which is that a son will be dead for sure if his father wants him dead. However, after hearing Professor Xian's brand new theories, I think that I've slightly altered my opinions. I would like to know more about the parent civilizations of mankind. Is it really as simple as what I've seen on Kunlun? What exactly is the relationship between Pangu and Niwa? Were we really simple tools or some sort of child to some extent? Did either we or the Panga civilization have to die? No one else can possibly give me an answer except for you. You even experienced the war in person. Can you tell me more about how Pangu established the universe, Niwa created human beings, and the things that happened in the primeval war? It was not until I stood in front of the mainframe crystal processor of the Niwa warship, and even not until you said something to me, that the dream that lingered in my head became more real. It was almost like I was only born as Long Yangjun at that moment. One might even say that I am just a 1-year-old infant at this moment in my new life. Perhaps in the near future, I will remember a lot more things, and I may recollect my real identity and my destiny. But right now, I really don't know the first thing about it. Perhaps that is exactly the purpose for which I have followed you to the Star Glory Federation. I'm here to get in touch with the world, to observe civilization, and to recall more things. Long Yangjun looked at Liao honestly, her eyes glittering. Liao wiped the apple that Long Yangjun had thrown at him with his clothes. He knew that Long Yangjun's words could be half true and half false, but she was certainly not going to tell him anything more. Thinking for a moment, he changed a different angle. All right, let's leave parent civilizations aside and talk about child civilizations. What's your opinions on the succession of civilization, virtual life, rebellious, mischievous child, and all the relevant theories? Do you think that the spiritual nexus can really grow independent and govern human beings instead? After finishing the apple, Long Yangjun manipulated the core of the apple to swirl slowly above her palm. To age and die is a law of nature. Viewed from the scale of billions of years, or even longer, every civilization is bound to decline. Even the universe itself will perish and be reborn. Since the civilization of mankind is but a grain of dust in the universe, of course it will die, and it is certainly a possibility that it will die because of its child civilization. But the conclusion is as meaningless as stating that every person passes away eventually. Nobody will stop working hard for a better life, just because they are destined to die one day, right? Therefore, the more meaningful topic at hand is whether or not your spiritual nexus can grow independent and develop a virtual, intelligent life form that is entirely beyond mankind and yet hostile to mankind, in a timescale imaginable for human beings, say, the next millennium or the next 10 millenniums. That is what you are concerned about, right? Assuming that the spiritual nexus does not grow independent for 100,000 years, it will not be a problem that we should be worried at all. Our offspring will have their own solutions. And it is impossible for us to take care of the issues that will only happen in 100,000 years, right? Liao pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Yes, let the people in 100,000 years worry about what will happen in 100,000 years. We are not capable enough to see that what will happen so far in the future is taken care of properly. Only a psycho would think that he is such a god. I am referring to the short term, the next decades or hundreds of years. Long Yangjun smiled and said, Then, my answer is the same as Professor Mo Xian's after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yao's eyes were glowing. Do you have any basis? Of course, Long Yangjun said unhurriedly. Professor Mo Xian himself is a star spirit, a marvelous life form that is between a real entity and a virtual life form. Speaking of which, wasn't it you who came up with the name together with him? His studies on virtual life must be among the best in the Federation. Even he asserted that real virtual life with independent will cannot be born in the next 500 years without the interference from a higher level after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. He was even so frustrated that he devoted himself to other research projects. Li Yao frowned. But if it is only because of Professor Mo Xian's judgment, no. What I really want to say has nothing to do with Professor Mo Xian. Long Yangjun laughed. I never thought that you would fret to such an extent. This must be why they say spectators see more than players. In my opinion, the problem that worries you does not exist at all, at least not for the next 1,000 years. The reason is simple. The Panga clan and the Nuwa clan had crystal processors too. Li Yao was slightly dazed. So what? Their crystal processors were much more advanced than yours, Long Yangjun said. You saw the effect after the arrayed pillar crystal processors in the Nuwa warship were activated with your own eyes. You have to admit that their computational ability must be higher than any existing supercrystal processor in the Federation, right? There are also the Colossi. Every Colossus contains the tactical crystal processors passed on from the primeval era, and you are not even able to duplicate them right now. As a result, the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance can only assemble and modify the Colossi, but cannot craft new Colossi from scratch, right? Li Yao furrowed his brows hard, but had to admit that Long Yangjun did have a point. Therefore, Long Yangjun said slowly, if the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan, with their profound expertise in crystal processors, failed to create brand new, virtual intelligent life, what makes you so arrogant that you think mankind will be able to create an unbelievable, mischievous child in the next 1,000 years? Besides, the birth and evolution of life are terribly long. The carbon-based life, such as Pangu, Nuwa, or human beings, all took billions of years before they arrived at the peak of evolution. The birth and evolution of the virtual, intelligent life may be fast, but how much faster can they possibly be? It won't be too late to worry about it when the most primitive virtual life is detected. What you said does make sense. Why did I fail to think of it earlier? Yes, the technology of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan on crystal processors far exceeded the technology of mankind. If even they did not create virtual intelligent life, it seems unnecessary for us to worry about the problem, at least for the next 10,000 years. Li Yao felt that he was greatly enlightened, but on second thought he raised another question. But wait, there is another possibility. What if the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan created a virtual intelligent life a long time ago, but we haven't learned anything about it? It means that we are not talking about our child civilization, but a sibling civilization that is parallel with mankind. Long Yangjun rolled her eyes and remarked, Oh, then, where is this virtual intelligent life and mankind's sibling civilization, created by the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan? Why has it never been seen or heard in the past 100,000 years? Well, it must be hiding and accumulating its strength in the darkness. When the time is appropriate, it will jump out and conquer the 3,000 sectors. Fair enough, Long Yangjun said, as expected of the dominator of 3 sectors. Your imagination is truly marvelous. Even such a great scheme of the virtual intelligent life and our sibling civilization has been seen through by you. You are so awesome. So, what are you planning to do now that you've seen through the plot? There doesn't seem to be anything I can do. Don't underestimate yourself, Long Yangjun said. I have every faith in you. With the identity and position of Monsterly today, as soon as you reveal who you are and make a public speech to dissuade all the people of the Star Glory Federation from using crystal processors and the spiritual nexus with the unparalleled prestige of the Dominator of 3 sectors, is it going to be a big deal at all? Rest assured, I'm definitely on your side. After all, people from the Ancient Sages sector don't use crystal processors or surf on the spiritual nexus. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please show some respect for the Dominator of 3 sectors and forget my poppycock just now. That's right. Nascent soul stage cultivator or not, we are still adults. Adults should talk about more practical, constructive, and realistic questions. Such mystical questions of the middle school level should be left for middle school students to consider, which I believe there are plenty of in the Federation. The situation is so tense right now, and our eyebrows are about to be burnt. Yet, you are considering things that will happen in tens of thousands of years. That's really, our eyebrows are about to be burnt. Liao narrowed his eyes. What have you figured out? Nothing in particular. Long Yangjun jumped up from her bed and opened the window, letting some fresh air into the room. Squinting, she sniffed hard. I merely have smelled the scent. Li Yao's eyes were glittering. What scent? Without turning back, Long Yangjun said, the scent of an upcoming storm. The Black Wind Fleet is about to show up. How so? 2 reasons. Long Yangjun extended 2 long, narrow fingers. Firstly, the Star Glory Federation is having the fiercest election for the Supreme Speaker in decades. The 2 candidates, as well as their supporters, are at loggerheads. The situation is rather intense. According to the confession of Ding Xingyang and other immortal cultivators, the Black Wind Fleet has sent a lot of spies into the Federation, which means that the Black Wind Fleet certainly has up-to-date intelligence and knows that this is the most unstable moment of the Federation. After everything is settled and the new Supreme Speaker is elected, either Ding Lingdong's prestige or Jin Xinyue's cunningness will be enough for one of them to completely stabilize the situation in only a couple of months, allowing the Federation to be united and enter the highest warring state. The military power of the country will greatly soar. Come on, Monsterly. If you were Commander-in-Chief of the Black Wind Fleet and you were well aware of the situation, when would you launch the attack? Liao narrowed his eyes, cold brilliance shooting out of his dark eyes. Right now, even if my fleet was not entirely prepared yet, I would not allow the new Speaker of the Federation to get used to her chair, and I would not allow the Federation to enter the highest warring state comfortably. Now is the best opportunity. If we miss out, the capabilities of the Federation and the prestige of its leader will rise in the years to come, and the war will become more and more difficult for us. My fleet has drifted in the Sea of Stars for 100 years. The resources on the starships are running low. The magical equipment on board is greatly worn. The warriors are all simmering with impatience and anxiety. In the middle of nowhere, we cannot get too many supplies. I cannot dawdle anymore, and I cannot wait another decade. I must finish the war quickly. Thinking quickly, Li Yao blurted out, You don't think that it was an independent event? Long Yangjun smiled. I have checked a lot of major cases in the past 100 years in the branch of the Secret Sword Bureau in the Uranian Ring sector today, especially the cases where the CFIA and their president Lu Qingshan are involved. I don't find Lu Qingshan to be a reckless and inconsiderate man, and I don't believe that he would instigate Ding Xingyang and Cheng Xuansu into starting an insurgency that was bound to fail if he did not have any follow-up plans at all. If he was really planning an insurgency, wouldn't it have been much better if the insurgency took place when the Black Wind Fleet invaded the Federation on a large scale, so that the Federation would be caught unprepared and unable to deal with both sides simultaneously? No matter what the relationship between the CFIA and the Dim Moon Fund is, whether or not Lu Qingshan works for Jin Xinyue, and whether or not the insurgency was a trick to draw out the rebels, it is certainly not as simple as it appears. It is probably one of the procedures in an enormous plan, and the very first move that the Federation, or at least Jin Shinua, has played against the Black Wind Fleet. Therefore, I believe that the Black Wind Fleet and the Federation will both take action before long. Both parties will make their moves. Right now, the election has entered the most heated phase. There's only 1 month to go before the vote begins. It is impossible for the Black Wind Fleet to not react until then. So, in short, not only are our eyebrows about to be burnt, the most sordid venomous fire is also about to consume our eyeballs. Scratching his nose, Li Yao was deep in thought. You do have a point. I believe that we should accelerate our progress. It will be best if we can make it to the Heaven's Origin sector earlier with an excuse. We should arrive at the heart of the Federation before all the schemes break out. That night, Li Yao spent a lot of time in Long Yangjuan's room. The two of them deduced the future plans of the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. Sometimes, Li Yao played the Black Wind Fleet and Long Yangjun represented the Federation. Other times, they swapped their roles. However, the information they grasped was too little for them to infer the unpredictable situation in the upcoming month precisely. Their deductions were mostly groundless, empty talk. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that Li Yao returned to his own room and fell asleep in many bizarre dreams. He did not sleep very well that night. He first dreamt that the Black Wind Fleet tore apart the sky and directly showed up in the sky of his hometown in the Federation. He then dreamt that bizarre-shaped devils crawled out of the spiritual Nexus and laughed hideously above everyone's head. Finally, he dreamt the uncanny dreams that had not visited him for a long time, where he returned to the seemingly peaceful and quiet earth that was devoid of spiritual energy or cultivators. But the earth was enshrouded in a layer of thin mist. However hard he searched, he could not find the thing that the Vulture Plan asked him to destroy. When Li Yao was woken up by noise outside the window, he thought that he must have slept for half a day. But after he raised his wrist, he realized that only 3 hours had passed, and it was not even 7 o'clock in the morning yet. Even in a city where day and night were not classified clearly, this should be the time when everybody was still sound asleep. What's going on? Li Yao opened his window and looked out, only to be shocked by the rabble of people. More than 1,000 people had crowded outside their hotel. Hundreds of shuttles were floating in the sky, too. Judging from the recording and camera magical equipment in their hands and the powerful mobile data transmission bases on the shuttles, they seemed to be the reporters from the major media outlets. Crack, 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 crack. Hello. We are reporters from Uranian Ring today. May I ask if you are a member of the delegation of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic? Would you care to comment on the scandal? We're from latest military observation. Will the incident affect the military cooperation between the Star Ocean Republic and the Star Glory Federation? Can the two parties still join hands in competition against the Imperium? We're from the People website. Were you aware of the incident before? Does it mean that you will absolutely support Ding Lingdang in the election to come, and you will be reluctant to see Jin Shinue go to the office? The reporters were like vultures that were hovering in the sky and searching for the carrion. Hardly had Li Yao, the rightful vulture, opened the window when he was discovered by them. Despite the protection of 2 entire teams of agents from the Secret Sword Bureau and the local police, countless reporters were still pushing forward and trying to throw the floating broadcast magical equipment toward Li Yao. What was thrown toward him at the same time were the surprising questions that Li Yao did not know how to answer at all. This was rather strange. The delegation of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic's trip to the Star Glory Federation was not a clandestine infiltration, but an open and friendly visit. Naturally, there were spokespersons in the delegation. Press conferences had been held a few days before, too, to explain the mission and the purposes of the visit, of course, only the open ones. The reporters and the general public of the Star Glory Federation knew that the delegation had come, but they did not consider the visit to be of much importance. At the very least, compared to the heated election for the Supreme Speaker in the Federation and the imminent threat of the Black Wind Fleet, news about Firefly was certainly not popular. Days ago, some reporters had expressed their interest to interview the members of the delegation, but none of them had acted so crazily. The regular press conferences once every 3 days were enough to handle them. What had happened exactly? Scandal? What scandal? The moment Liao shut the window and blocked all the noise and liveliness behind him, his mini crystal processor began buzzing rapidly. He received a message from Long Yangjun, which was quite short. "It's happening." The rest of the messages were a series of links to the greatest news websites and military forums in the Starglory Federation. Billions of people browse them every day. Liao opened a few websites randomly, but they were all the same. The same news had entirely occupied all the homepages. Nefarious scandal of the Dim Moon Fund. The whole time, the Dim Moon Fund, under the lead of Jin Xinyue, has been in a subtle relationship with the CFIA, headed by Lu Qingxin, in order to build up its own strength. Jin Xinyue even secretly asked Lu Qingxin to launch an insurgency with the Immortal Cultivators on Firefly, hoping to overturn the parliament of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, our dear ally, without staining her hands with blood. According to her plan, the Dim Moon Fund would clean up the mess later and clear the last obstacle for the Star Ocean Republic to join the Starglory Federation. It would have been the greatest feat for Jin Xinyue to run for the speaker. Jin Xinyue has betrayed our ally, the Federation, and the belief of the cultivators. She is a second Lu Zue, and she does not deserve to be the leader of the Starglory Federation. Liao read all the news reports, only to discover that the source of the articles was the same anonymous report letter. The letter was written by one Moonfall, who sent it to quite a few highly influential and trustworthy media companies in the Federation at the same time the previous night. What was described in the latter was almost identical to the earlier speculations of Liao, Long Yangjun, and the rest of them. The letter did not insist that Lu Qingxin worked for Jin Xinyue, but it did offer certain seemingly believable evidence to prove the connection between the CFIA and the Dim Moon Fund. For the development of the Dim Moon Fund, the second intelligence agency of the Federation, Jin Xinyue intentionally kept outlaws free and indulged the expansion of the CFIA so that she could ask for more funding from the Parliament to expand and upgrade her Dim Moon Fund. In the meantime, she established communication with Lu Qingxin. There was no need to talk about the incidents of the past, and her crime this time was enough. Jin Xinyue asked Lu Qingxin to instigate the Immortal Cultivators on Firefly to launch an insurgency, so that the Immortal Cultivators and the diehards and the government in exile would both suffer losses. Then, her subordinates could show up and take advantage, controlling the situation on Firefly. If the plan had worked out, not only would the techniques and secret treasures on Firefly from the center of the cosmos be brought into the Federation's system smoothly, Jin Xinyue's personal prestige and capability would also soar, and she would be a sure winner of the election. The letter from Moonfall was not made of groundless assumptions, but attached with many documents, files, and even videos as proof. As someone who had experienced the whole incident in person, Liao examined the proof with the most suspicious attitude, only to discover nothing that could have been faked. The whole thing was probably a trap that Jin Xinyue had set up, as described in the letter. Of course, as for whether her connivance with the CFIA was a way to build up her personal influence or bait intentionally released to draw out the Immortal Cultivators so that they could all be fished up together, different people might have different opinions. In any case, Jin Xinyue's plan failed, Moonfall concluded in the letter. The rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic saw through the scheme of the internal Immortal Cultivators before, and it was only their trick to attract and arrest all the possible criminals. Not only did they suppress the internal rebellion neatly, they also saw right through what Jin Xinyue was up to. As the leader of Ministry of Equality and Development, president of the Dim Moon Fund, and a strong competitor for the next Supreme Speaker of the Federation, Jin Xinyue has done such despicable things to our dearest ally just to ascend to the throne of ultimate power, which has caused an irrecoverable wound between us and our ally. What's the difference between her disregard of boundaries and the things Lu Zue, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau 100 years ago, did in the past? Right now, the issue has raised the serious dissatisfaction of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. If Jin Xinyue is elected, it is possible that the cooperation between the two parties will fall. Jin Xinyue is a traitor and a second Lu Zue. As a member of the Dim Moon Fund who still has a conscience, I'm obliged to reveal her real face even at the cost of my life.